Ashland, and good morning, First Chesapeake. Welcome to the 2024 FRC competition and this year's challenge, Crescendo, presented by Haas. Crescendo is a part of our arts-inspired season, collectively called First in Show, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is a proud partner of First, and they empower students to bring their visionary ideas to life, pushing the limits of innovation as we celebrate STEAM and shine the spotlight on your creativity. A big thanks to Qualcomm for helping to power that spotlight and for investing in the future.
And we're very excited to partner with our Crescendo season sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leader in CNC manufacturing, Haas knows the skills that you develop this season will help put you at the cutting edge of art and set the stage for your future in STEM. They also know a lot about teamwork, creativity, engineering, and design on their Formula One team.
Hi, I'm Gary Foote and I'm Chief Information Officer for MoneyGram Haas F1 team. My role at the team is to look after all of the technology stack across our operations in the US, UK and Italy, as well as our trackside environment.
Hi, my name is Peter Julian and I'm the Creative Services Manager for MoneyGram Haas F1 team. At Haas, I am responsible for all front-end design, including the livery design for the Formula One car.
Hi, I'm Bootje van Brummen and I'm a Vehicle Dynamics Engineer at MoneyGram Haas F1 team. My job is to design the vehicle model of the car.
As a creative in a predominantly engineering world, I have the unique challenge of designing a car livery that showcases our brand, supports our team partners, but ultimately looks great on track.
Just like in your robots, it's essential for us to understand the data of the car to make the car go as fast as possible. We do this with a combination of mathematics, physics, and engineering creativity. The better we can understand the data, the faster our car will go. Just like in your competition, it combines all STEAM subjects together.
I work closely with the aerodynamics department and the design office to ensure that track performance quotas are met. Creativity is a hugely important part of any team, and I love being able to use my artistic skills to be able to contribute to the team's success.
Last year I was blown away with the creativity and engineering that you all demonstrated in last year's competition. I can't wait to see how you raise the game again and some of the ideas and solutions that you'll come up with in this year's competition.
Best of luck in the competition.
Good luck in the competition.
From everyone at MoneyGram Haas F1 team and the Gene Haas Foundation, best of luck in this year's competition.
Again, a big thanks to Crescendo season sponsor, Haas, and to all our donors, from the largest companies to the smallest businesses, and individual donors who support First and First teams every season with sponsorships and volunteers. We really couldn't do it without you.
And now, it's time to recognize our wonderful volunteers here in the front, in the blue shirts. Please welcome judges, led by Judge Advisor Chris. The judges, they want to hear your stories, your successes, all about your team. All about your team, your robot, and the trials and tribulations that you have gone through to get here today. This is a distinguished group of companies and organizations where you may want to work someday, so go network, talk to them. And judges, thank you for your time and efforts. You have a difficult task with this competitive group of teams, especially in this season. There's another group of volunteers you'll get to know here on the playing field. Their job is to ensure fair play, help you play within the rules of the game, and help all teams compete like crazy while remembering their gracious professionalism. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your referees, led by head ref Jen
Along with fair competition, safety is a priority at FIRST. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please welcome our safety managers, Griffin Connor. Here at the event, we'd like to make sure that you and your team have a safety plan. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan and a designated meeting place with your team. And congratulations to this year's Safety Animation Award winners, Team 8, Pali Robotics from Palo Alto, California. We will play their winning animation tomorrow during the playoffs. We also have one award at FIRST, which recognizes an individual student and not a team. That's the Dean's List Award. Dean's List nominees, please stand. And now let's give them a round of applause. Would our Dean's List nominees please stand up from your teams? Thank you all for being such terrific leaders and model FIRST students.
And as always, let's keep gracious professionalism as part of everything you do here at the competition this weekend. During the award ceremonies, we'll be recognizing the nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, named in honor of the creator of gracious professionalism itself, Woody Flowers. The Woody Flowers Finalist Award nominees are mentors who have been nominated by their team, and as you know, mentors and coaches are critical to the FIRST experience and to everyone's experience here today. So thank you to all the mentors. Mentors and coaches, you help set the culture here at FIRST and are part of the far-reaching support system that we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. We know that many of you also mentor teams from other FIRST programs, whether that's FIRST Lego League and FIRST Tech Challenge. A big thanks to all of the mentors and coaches for their dedication and efforts on behalf of all of the FIRST programs.
Yeah. And teams, if you're looking for some additional mentor support, the FIRST Mentor Network, sponsored by NI, has over 1,200 mentors ready and willing to share their skills and talents to assist your team. Create a team or mentor profile and get connected today. All the details are on the FIRST website. Finally, some venue housekeeping and safety reminders before we get started. Please note the location of the emergency exits. There is a fire extinguisher here at the scoring table and at the gym entrance, and the first aid station is located at pit admin. Safety is everyone's responsibility, so please help us keep walkways and exits clear, and if you see something unsafe, like a tripping hazard or a spill, please correct the issue immediately or ask pit admin for help.
Everyone here deserves to have a safe, nurturing, and fun experience. If something or someone is making you feel uncomfortable, please find a trusted adult and ask for help. The FIRST community looks out for each other, so if you see someone who might be struggling, please check in with them and see how you can help. Together, we can make this a safe and enjoyable event for all. Before we power up the robots, please stand for the national anthem with colors presented by the Patrick Henry High School JROTC.
Okay, it works. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight
Is everyone ready to crescendo? Because soon enough, we'll have the robots on the field here for our first qualification match. The other voices that you will be hearing this weekend are your game announcers. Standing over here, please welcome Jake and Josh. All right, we'll introduce you all to our teams for the first qualification match here very soon.
Test, test.
24-21.
All right, starting off the Red Alliance, we have RTRT Team Robotics.
All right. Moving on here into the middle spot, it's 45-05.
Their alliance partner, McDonough Robotics.
And finishing us off on the Red Alliance, it's 6-2-0.
And their last teammate, the Warbots.
And moving on over here to the Blue Alliance, we see the people in teal. It's 85-92.
Newton Square.
Moving on down from them, it's 29-98.
The Viking Bots.
And finishing us off with our last but definitely not least team here for qualification match 1, it's 17-31.
Frusta Valley Robotics Club. Big shout out for some of the sponsors for our team while we're waiting to get loaded up. For team 8592 Newton Squared, big shout out to Nova Labs, Amazon, the Gene Haas Foundation, Booz Allen Hamilton, and Lockheed Martin. Our Viking bots wanted to shout out the Show Best, Novelis, Train, and LULAC, League of United Latin American Citizens, as their sponsors. And Fresta Valley would like to shout out Riverside Research, Man Tech, and GH Engineering as their sponsors. Thank you so much for our sponsors for the Blue Squad. For the Red Alliance, Team Robotics would like to shout out the Boeing Company and Gene Haas Foundation. McDonald Robotics would like to shout out their school. McDonald School is their big sponsor shout out. And Team 620 Warbots would like to shout out to their sponsors, KG, Gene Haas Foundation, and Micha Jaffe, MD. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this first round of competition.
right, the light is green, the field is ready. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off. Oh, 24-21 gets it. And 44-5-05 gets one into the first run for the Red Alliance. Over on the Blue Alliance, teams are prepping up. 17-31 coming in hot, going with high speed. And that brings us to the end of our autonomous period as we begin. 85-92 scooping up a node real quick. Getting ready to get prepped up. Over on the Red Alliance, 421 is prepping in. 620 is getting themselves set up. Back over on Blue, 1731 is going to line up for a shot. Doesn't like its positioning, reloads, resets, and just misses the inside. Over on the red side, 4505 loaded up with the node. 1731 flying down the course. Loads up again for a second attempt at a shot, and it goes through the lane. 24-21 just misses outside on their side. 85-92 and 620 jostling. Loading up with their nodes, and Blue Alliance gets another one by 17-31. Woo! Big collision in front of the head judge as they load up on there. 620 looks like playing a little defense. 24-21 loads up and just misses outside the ring. As we continue down the way, 1731 is flying up and down the course. It's teaming up, and it just gets robbed outside the scoring round. 4505 makes it in for the Red Alliance over on their side, and 2998 is getting loaded up. 45 seconds left in the match, and 1731 just makes it in. While over on the Red Alliance, 24-21 and 45-05 are getting themselves lined up. 85-92 leading over and hooking up with their side. 24-21 loading up with Nodule. And 17-31 loading up. Ooh, gets hit and lines back up. They're going for the inside to get the scoop. 15 seconds left in the match. We are looking for some hangs and just misses. Oh, 17-31, 85-92 off the ground. 620 off the ground. And 24-21 just makes it. And that is the end of qualifier match number 1. We have our results for match number 1. And the Blue Alliance is going to take it with a 63-17, giving us our first high score of the day.
right. Let's go ahead and introduce the teams for this next match. First off, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 1522.
Sponsored by Buffalo Wild Wings and Hanover County Public Schools, defenders of the multiverse.
Next up on the Red Alliance, it's Team 3373.
Sponsored by Highland School, Blaze Broadband, and Superior Paving, Team RoboHawk.
And last but not least on our Red Alliance, it's Team 1599.
Sponsored by DoD STEM, Gene Haas Foundation, and the Hanover Education Foundation Circuitry.
Coming over to our Blue Alliance, the first team that we have here is Team 2199.
Sponsored by the Collard Foundation, Maryland State Department of Education, and the Gene Haas Foundation, RoboLions.
And in the middle spot over here on our Blue Alliance, we have Team 422.
Sponsored by Afton Chemical, DuPont Intuitive Foundation, and Newmarket, the Mech Tech Dragons.
And once again, last but certainly not least, on our Blue Alliance, it's Team 339.
Sponsored by Safford Kia of Fredericksburg, the Fredericksburg PC Users Group, and Lockheed Martin, Kilroy Robotics.
All right. Thumbs are up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Starting off qualification match number 2, 21.99 scores their preloaded game element. So does 15.99 for the Red Alliance. They go and pick up a second game piece. That also goes in during autonomous. 15.99 picking up a third piece they're going to try and score. They just barely make it at the buzzer. As we start teleoperated, 3:39 for the Blue Alliance. They're deploying a node into their amp. 15.99 going for that speaker again. 3:39's note didn't quite go in, but they push it in, and there it goes. Blue Alliance, one note banked. They can choose to use that for either co-op or for amplification. The Blue Alliance has pressed their co-op partition button. The Red Alliance still has a few more seconds to respawn. That will lower the threshold for the ranking point to 15. Here comes 15.99 with their note. They're going to place it in the amp. Meanwhile, 3:39, they picked up a note from their source. They're coming across the field, looking to score on the right side of their speaker. The Red Alliance has 2 notes banked for amplification. They did not reciprocate that co-opetition, so thresholds remaining at 18 notes for that extra ranking point. A lot of traffic over on the blue side of the field. 15.99 and 15.22, both trying to pick up notes. Running into each other just a little bit, but they break free, and 15.99 coming across to their way. 15.22 angling their grabber to pick up that note as 21.99 scores a note. 15.99 is sitting there lining up. They're looking to see if they can score. Oh no, their note breaks free of their mechanism and lands inside their robot. Hopefully they can manage to dislodge that. Meanwhile, 4:22, 21.99, both lined up on the speaker as amplification starts. One note in, that's amplify. That's extra points for the Blue Alliance. 4:22, still sitting. And 3:39 picking up a note there too as amplification expires for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance has one note banked for amplification. Here comes 15.22 with the second one. We're in endgame now, 31-27. Only a few points separating these two alliances as the high notes come flying. 15.99, 33.73, and 15.22 all look like they want to grab onto that chain as 21.99 is trying to pull up off the ground with 3 seconds left. Here comes 3.39 at the very last moment to come up as the buzzer sounds. One point separates these two alliances right now. 31-30 is our preliminary score in favor of the Red Alliance. Your final score in just a moment. Teams, if you have a flag that you would like to be waved on the field during your introductions, there is a gray trash can. And here's your final score. It's the Blue Alliance. 1 point differential here, 35-34. The Red Alliance eked out the advantage in the speaker points, but those leave amp and stage points brought the victory for the Blue Alliance there.
That was an amazing match. Last match, separating them by only 1 point. But we're going to move into qualification match number 3. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 42-86.
That would be the Imperial Robotics of Mechanicsville, Virginia.
Right next to them, watch out for their claws. It's Talon 540.
Godwin Robotics.
And finishing us off with their beautiful wood driver station, it's 2534.
The Lumberjack Robotics of the Boys Latin School of Maryland.
Moving over to the Blue Alliance, we meet the hosts of this event. It's 3136.
Official robotics constructors of Ashland, the Orcas.
Moving on next to them, from Northern Virginia, it's 612.
Chantilly Robots, 6 what?
And finishing us off, I think they should merge Big Pool and Poolsville. It's 4099.
The Falcons of Poolsville, Maryland.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
And we're off in 40-99 and 31-36, both getting into the chute. All right, over on the Red Alliance, teams are lining up. Teams are prepped up, ready for the end of the autonomous period. We are in main play. 612, 499, and 31-36 are rolling. 540s loading up with their human player. 25-34 for the Red Alliance is beginning to make their shots into the chute. And 31-36 gets it in the swoop. 21-34 just misses the inside. Ooh, 31-36 is leading, and 40-99 both make it into the chute. 612 loads up. Oh, 31-36 with another launch, and 40-99 are dominating on there. 25-34 is lining up, and 540 is playing defense, it looks like. All righty. Ooh, 31-36 just misses. 40-99 getting it into the shoot on that end. 25-34 getting it in for the Red Alliance. Team 540 doing their best to play some defense and defend and help their team as 25-34 misses their second shot and lines up again. 40-99 just bounces outside. Moving over, 31-36 loading up with their human player. 540 ready to defend. Slows them down as they line up as 40-99. But 31-36 makes it and shoots it in for the points. 25-34 getting over to their side and lining up. Ooh. Some tossling going over on the far corner between 31-36 and 540. Goes well on the other side between 4.99 and 25-34. 6-12 in the middle. Moving around. Whoop, 25-34 off the ground. And as we line up, rings are being tossed. 31-36 just makes it off. And that brings us to the end of this qualifying round. We have our results. And it's the Blue Alliance with a score of 46-10. And here we can see our specifics with 10 penalty points going to them. Speaker hitting 30 for Blue for an overall score of 46. Congratulations, Blue Alliance.
Just as a reminder to the teams, 59-54.
Sponsored by First Robotic Stewardship, Martin Monument, and Get Salty LLC, Portable Chargers.
Moving on over, one of our only rookies at this event, it's 97-09.
Sponsored by NASA and Best Buy, Isotope.
And finishing us off, putting their robot on the field and getting it set up as we speak, it's 8590.
Sponsored by Acosta Contracting Services and Colonial Pipeline, Cav Botics.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we have the team that didn't pass the robot CAPTCHA. It's 539.
Sponsored by Ortho Virginia and QEI Engineers, Titan Robotics.
Moving on over here with some flowing lights on their robot, it's 1895.
Sponsored by Manassas City Public Schools, Aurora Flight Sciences and Thundercat Technology, Lambda Core.
And rounding us off, it's 836.
Sponsored by Stahelchuk Shemeta Team of Century 21 New Millennium, the Patuxent Partnership, and BAE Systems, the Robo Bees.
Hey everyone, one quick announcement to everyone. We have a lot of teams and a lot of people, so if people come into the stands, we cannot be saving sections for your team. You must keep them open for all spectators to have a place to sit. You cannot deny anybody to sit anywhere. You must give them a chance. There is no saving of seats in the stands. Thank you.
All right. We had a mishap with the field. A power plug got unplugged. So we're going to get all of that booted back up over here on the red side. But we'll get started shortly. All right, folks. Teams on the field and teams in the stand. The field is good. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Here we go, qualification match number 4. All the robots are attempting to score their preloads, and some are attempting to pick up new ones. 9709 Isotope, they score their preload and bunch up that note. Doesn't quite make it into their shooter mechanism. Their third note does get in, but is just off to the left. As we come into teleop, that score is tied. Red 12, blue 12. 836 is sitting stationary on the field. Their RSL is solid. Hopefully they can come back to life here and contribute with their alliance. 8590 similarly sitting stationary, but their robot signal light is blinking. That means they've got connection, but they're maybe having some control issues. Right now it's a 2v2 game. Hopefully these other two robots can come back and join the fray. As 539 is placing notes into the amp. They've got 2 bank. They can choose to use that for cooperation. But will they do so? No, they're going to use it for amplification. 1895 gaining some extra points by scoring that amplified note. They're going to try to score another note in right there, but right as the amplification expires, they didn't quite make it in there. 8590 similarly going for the amp. 9709 lining up, trying to get into the speaker. These teams are splitting duties up between their 2 robots. 836 now, there's no robot signal light on at all. Not quite sure what's going on there, but that doesn't seem like a good sign. Hopefully they can recover. 1895 shoves them out of the way a little bit so they can score a note. They spin right around. They're going to grab a couple more. They're sitting right next to them, but it gets stuck in their wheels. They spin around, lodge it free. Now they've got it in their grabber mechanism. 539, meanwhile, in their source, similarly attempting to pick up their note. 9709, another note into speaker for them. With 40 seconds left, there's only 3 points difference, and it just jumped up 28 to 23 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We're coming down to decision time here. 30 seconds left. Score remains the same, 23 to 28, except right as I said that, the score incremented. It's 29 to 25 now as we head right into end game. Blue Alliance is amplified. They have a few more seconds to score some notes for extra points. They're trying to cloud a few more points as we go down to 5 seconds left. It's time to climb if these robots are able to. 9709 trying to grab on with 1 second left. And as time expires, they seem to have gotten a hook, but they couldn't quite pull up. There's 2 robots in that park zone on the Red Alliance. None in the blue park zone. Preliminary score 40 to 25 in favor of the Blue Alliance. And here's your score. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with a final score of 40 to 27. Blue Alliance gaining 2 ranking points from the victory of that match. No extra ranking points for the notes or the climb. The winners of those matches, 836 is up in 4th place, 539 in 5th place, and 1895 in 6th.
everybody. We're gonna go ahead and get you introduced to your teams here for qualification match number 5. Starting us off in their tutus, it's 5587.
That would be the Titan Robotics of Alexandria, Virginia.
Next to them, with their beautiful red hooks, it's 6863.
The Squirrels of Woodbine, Maryland.
And finishing us off, it's 8326.
GDS Mighty Hoppers from Washington, D.C.
Moving on over here, you'll hear them barking. It's 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs of Goochland, Virginia.
Moving on over here, our second Blue Alliance team at 617.
The Engineers from Highland Springs, Virginia.
And finishing us off here on the Blue Alliance with their yellow t-shirts, it's 1731.
Fresta Valley Robotics Club of Warrenton, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off with a huge shot by 1731, making it into the amp. Whoa, we've got 2 rungs out of the arena as they are flying across the board. Over on the Red Alliance, team 5587 lined up. That's the end of autonomous as we get into the main play. 2106 loading up, 1731 ready to shoot into the amp, and they get it into the speaker. 2106 loading up, 5587 over there lining up for their time of the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance teams flying past one another. 8326 loading up with one of the nodes, going towards the amp, and make it into the amp. 2106 lined up on their side of the amp and just miss it, while 1731 makes it into the speaker. Over here we have some tossing over in the far corner between 5587 and 1731. 8326 makes it into the speaker for the Red Alliance. Over on blue side, 1731 gets it into the amp. 1 minute 15 left in the play. We have more tossing happening over in the Red Alliance corner. 8326 making another one into the speaker. 617 tossing around. 6863 for the Red Alliance lining up. 2106 for the Blue Alliance making their way down. 1731 flying up to the mic speaker and gets it in. 8326 focusing on their amp right now and doing a good job of it. 1731 just misses as it pulls out. 35 seconds left in play. Points being scored. 8326 picking it back up and jostling with their own alliance member. 8326 lining up on the microphone, or the speaker, excuse me, and just misses, but 1731 seems to make it into their speaker. 617 making some moves towards it with 10 seconds left. And 1731 high off of the round as they are clearly off of there. And that is the end of the round. And our scores are in for your qualifying match number 5. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with a score of 72, a new high score for the day thus far. Coming in, penalty points giving them 20, and speaker points leading them with getting 40 points on the speaker. This is congratulations to the Blue Alliance on their victory and current high score.
All right, everybody, let's introduce the teams for our next match. Starting over here on the Red Alliance, it's Team 5954.
The Portable Chargers from Victoria, Virginia.
And second on the Red Alliance, it's Team 8592.
Newton Squared from Fairfax, Virginia.
And finally on the Red Alliance, it's Team 1522.
Defenders of the Multiverse from Ashland, Virginia.
And coming over here to our Blue Alliance, it is Team 3136.
Also from Ashland, Virginia, our hosts, Orca.
Next up on our Blue Alliance, it's Team 4099.
The Falcons from Poolsville, Maryland.
And last but not least over here on our Blue Alliance, it is Team 1599.
Circuitry from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
This one's hard. Okay. All right. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Crescendo!
Here we go. The Blue Alliance moving all around as 40-99 scores a note, and they attempt to pick up a second, but they run into the stage. That might throw off their pathing a little bit. 85-92 similarly scoring their preloaded note, and they move forward. As we come out of autonomous, there's a 5-point difference. 19-12 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 31-36 quickly making it over to the AMP, as does 15-22. They're both trying to get those notes in so they can make their decisions on what to do. 31-36 scores another note in the AMP. Blue Alliance engaging their co-opetition button. The Red Alliance has not had a note scored in it yet. 15-22 unfortunately missed that note, and now they're sitting stationary. Not quite sure what's going on there. Hopefully they can come back from that. 85-92, meanwhile, they're rushing across the field. There's only 2 robots on the field for the Red Alliance, so they have plenty of room. Blue Alliance has just amplified. 40-99 managing to get a note in right as that time expired. 31-36 coming up a little bit short, but they are able to spin right around and go back to the AMP. 15-22, still stationary over by their AMP. We know you can do it, 15-22, come on. 85-92, they're coming over with the speaker note as well. And 40-99 and 31-36 almost synchronized as they score right in the middle of that amplification period. 15-99 again shooting a little bit short as amplification expires for them. 55 seconds to go in this match. Blue has opened up a lead, 44-20. 85-92 during their best. They score another note in the speaker. Getting very efficient cycles down on 85-92 as the referee's waving a blue flag. 31-36 scores in the speaker as we're approaching endgame. There's 30 seconds left. The Blue Alliance opening up more of a lead, 52-29. 15-99 has already climbed. 40-99 preparing to do so right after them. There's our endgame sound. Looks like we're preparing to do a harmony here, folks. 40-99 and 31-36 trying to get on the same chain. There's 10 seconds left, 31-36 still on the ground. 5 seconds to go. 85-92 decides against doing one last cycle as time expires. Ashland, your score is in for qualification match number 6. It's the Blue Alliance. With a score of 59-39.
All right, let's go ahead and introduce the teams for our next match. Starting off with the Red Alliance. Here we have team 4505.
McDonald Robots from Owings Mills, Maryland.
And next up, we have team 6863.
The Squirrels of Woodbine, Maryland.
And to their right, we have team 9709.
Team Isotope from Chesterfield, Virginia.
And making my way over to the Blue Alliance. First up, we have team 540.
The Talon Godwin Robotics out of Henrico, Virginia.
And next up, another 3-digit team. It's team 620.
Our Warbots from Vienna, Virginia.
And rounding out this alliance of 3-digit team numbers, we have team 422.
The MechTech Dragons from Richmond, Virginia.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off for this round, and 540 makes it immediately into the speaker, as well as 9709 makes it in for the Red Alliance. As teams lined up, 9707's lining up, loading up. Oh, but they lost it, and that brings us to the end of the autonomous period. And the driver portion begins. 422 immediately getting it into the speaker, while 620 is getting it into the amp over. Oh, just misses on the Blue Alliance. Some tussling happening in between us. 540 loading up. 4505 is loading up for the speaker, just misses over on the Red Alliance. 620 making it into the amp. 540 loading up for ready to shoot. Woo! Just misses the speaker with a lot of power. Some tussling happening for us between both teammates of multiple members. And 420 is going to roll through. We have a piece of machine on the court, just completely separated. And that's going to be the case. 620 makes it into the speaker over here. Quite a bit of energy. 9707 does make it into the speaker for the Red Alliance. 520 loading up with a big shot for the speaker, and 620 loads up right behind him. 422 and 4505 jostling each other in the corner. 620 loading up, making its way over. Ooh, big hit by 422 and 9707. 620 makes it into the speaker. 540 loads up. They launch, and misses off, bounce off like Captain America's shield. 9707 and 422 battling each other in the middle of the court. 4505 hanging out in the corner, and 540 loading up. 620 loading up, and just makes it into the speaker. 25 seconds remaining. 68-63 looking to hang up on the chains. We are in the end game now. Launches are being made up. No spotlights as of yet. Just misses on both sides. 9707, and they get the spotlight. 422 is off the ground. And everyone else is in the zone, and that brings us to the end of the round. All right, we have our results from qualifying round 7. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with a new high score of 77. All right, 45 penalty points, loading up their speaker for getting 24 points. All right. 540 and 620 are going to make their ways up in ranking. Congratulations to our Blue Alliance on the new high score of the day so far.
All right, let's introduce the teams for our next match. First off here, we have Team 339.
Kilroy Robotics from Stafford, Virginia.
And next up, it's Team 539.
Titan Robotics from Richmond, Virginia.
And to round out our Red Alliance, it is Team 617.
Currently ranked 4th, Engine Nerds from Highland Springs, Virginia.
And on our Blue Alliance, First up, it's Team 8590.
Cavbotics from Fairfax, Virginia.
And next up, we have Team 2421.
RTR Team Robotics from Burke, Virginia.
And last off, we have Team 2106.
Currently ranked number 3, the Junkyard Dogs from Goochland, Virginia.
I see thumbs up. I see green. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo.
Starting up.
Yeah.
Starting off qualification match number 8 after a little bit of delay. 339 and 539 moving forward. 2106 trying to do a multi-node auto. 2421 moving forward, so is 8590. As we come into teleoperated, currently the lead is with the Blue Alliance, 11 points to 7. .539 Titan Robotics and 339 Kilroy Robotics. They're both on the same side of their wing as 330. As Kilroy comes out, they're moving their way towards their source. As 2421 is trying to pick up those notes that are left on the ground, do a little bit of tidying up in the blue wing, as it were, as they line up to go shoot another note into the speaker. 8590 Cavbotics sneaking right by behind them. They might want to try and line up and score right after RTR Team Robotics did. But it seems the Junkyard Dogs is going to line up first. They take no time at all lining up, scoring into that speaker. They're going in for a second one that was right behind them. 339 Kilroy Robotics, they're going for the amp again. They've got one note banked right now. They're looking for that second one so they can amplify. 8590 sitting out near the midline. Their intakes are spinning rapidly. They're trying to pick up a note from their source. 2106 and 8590 both trying to get a note from their source. The Red Alliance seems to be moving over towards their source. 539 Titan Robotics looks like they were attempting to pick up that note near the blue driver station wall, but they didn't quite make it. Junkyard Dogs, 2106. They spent a little time out by the wing. We're entering into endgame, 10 points separating these two alliances. Right now, the Red Alliance has the lead 29-19. 339 quickly climbing as those high notes get flung from the red human player. None of them managed to stay on the microphone, though. There's 2 climbs for the Red Alliance that I can see. As time expires, we have a microphone hit, or a high note hit a microphone right as time expires. Here's your score for qualification match number 8. It's the Red Alliance with a score of 33-24. As a result of that match, 539. Titan Robotics shooting up to 9th place. 617 Engineers, they advance 1 rank up to 3rd place. 339 Kilroy Robotics staying in the same at 12th position.
Big shout out to all our listeners on the stream right now. Thank you for supporting First Robotics.
All right. Let's get started introducing our teams for qualification match number 9. First off here on the Red Alliance, it's team 8326.
The GDS Mighty Hoppers, Anna Cornelius from Georgetown Day High School.
And buzzing into the middle spot of our Red Alliance, it's team 836.
The Robo Bees and their machine Growler, the 8th ranked team today so far, out of Hollywood, Maryland.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it is team 2998.
The number 1 ranked team, Viking Bots from Thomas Jefferson High School. Long live the Vikings, charge!
And making my way over to this Blue Alliance, I might be having trouble reading this number. Is that team 6 what? That's
the
team
Chantilly
612.
The Chantilly Robots and their machine Sonic, currently ranked number 10.
And next up on our Blue Alliance, we have team 2199.
Our Robo Lions with Maestro, Master of Notes, the pride of Central Maryland.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's team 5587.
I-Beam, the robot for Titan Robotics out of Alexandria City High School.
I'm All right. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1. Crescendo.
And we're off, and 55-83 makes it in for the Blue Alliance. 83-26 makes it in, as well as 8-36 for the Red Alliance. 55-87 loading up, spins happening, and that's the end of the autonomous period. The driver portion now begins. Teams are rolling down both sides. 612 trying to snatch up one of the nodes. 21.99 loaded up for the Blue Alliance and just misses the microphone. 612 going towards the amp, as well as 2998 loading up for the microphone on the Red Alliance, or the speaker, excuse me. 612 trying to get it into the amp. Oh, Red Alliance misses the speaker, but the Blue Alliance does make it into the speaker on their side. They're flying through 2998, making their way over to pick up a node. 612 loaded up with the node, ready to get towards their target. 2199 just misses the speaker. 8326 on the Red Alliance, lining up for the amp. Trying to line up to make sure they can get it in, and they abandon shoots, and 836 just misses the speaker. 2199 trying to load up a node in front of their own speaker. All right, they're lining up for the shot into the speaker, and it's a solid shot into the speaker for the Blue Alliance. 5587 may have some issues technically as they are not moving. A little bit of tossling happening in front of me outside on the blue side of the blue wing. They abandon that as they move forward. Miscommunication with the Red Alliance. 2199 loading up for the speaker. 836 makes it into the red speaker. Making some points on both sides as we head down in our final 30 seconds. And 8326 makes a speaker shot for the Red Alliance. 2199 loading up, just can't get it above the hoop. 5587 still not making it. We are in the end game as teams are loading up on the stage, trying to get their hookup and lifts. 8326 makes one more speaker shot as we begin the hangs with 3, 2, 1. Oh, just outside. And that brings us to the end of qualification round number 9. And we have our results from the last qualifying round. And a victory by the Red Alliance of 45-25. The Red Alliance makes the victory out with some huge speaker points. 8326 and 836 are both moving up in the ranks. Congratulations to the winners in the Red Alliance.
Let's keep it moving and introduce our teams for our next match. First, over here on the Red Alliance, it is Team 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics from Baltimore, Maryland.
And next up, it's Team 18895.
Lambda Corps from Manassas, Virginia.
And lastly on our Red Alliance, it is Team 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs from Goochland, Virginia.
Heading over to our Blue Alliance, it is Team 3373.
Team RoboHawk from Warrenton, Virginia.
Next up, it's Team 4286.
Imperial Robotics from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it is Team 5954.
The Portable Chargers from Victoria, Virginia.
And field is green. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, starting off qualification match number 10. The Blue Alliance is out executing its autonomous. 1895 is trying to pick up a second game piece. All is quiet for the moment, but now the drivers come forward and the robots come back alive. It's going to get a lot more noisy on this field. 2534 going for one of those notes on the midline. 2106 going for one on the opposite side of the field. .2534 and 3373, both trying to go for the same note. But 3373 has one lodged in their robot. They're going to try to break that free, because if they can't, they cannot pick up a second one without incurring a penalty. 1895 goes and scores a note just as amplification starts. A coordinated effort on the Red Alliance. 2106 is going to try to get one off right before the lights turn off. Not quite. 1895 hits one right as those lights turn off, indicating the end of amplification. 1895 over on their loading station. 3373 Team RoboHawk. They're facing off against 2534, who is not moving right now. 1895 and 8642 clashing on the midline. 1895 slips by. They're going to pick up a note from their source. But 8642 says, or 4286 rather, says they want to prevent them from being able to score as easily. They're maybe playing a little bit of defense there. 1895 going underneath the stage as 4286 continues to disrupt the operations of the Red Alliance. They're standing right near their source zone, trying to prevent them from being able to travel through as easily. 3373 Team RoboHawk. They're also sitting stationary, facing off 2534 as we head into endgame. Red Alliance taking a commanding lead in this match, 44-4 the current standings. 1895 is grabbed onto their chain. 3373 is up off the ground. 1895 up off the ground. 2106 inside their park zone. 4286 trying to get to their park zone. Couldn't quite make it before the buzzer, though. Attention, Ashland. Please pay attention to our head referee, Jen. She is currently holding up a yellow card. That yellow card is being assigned to Team 4286. In that previous match, Team 4286 was deemed to be in violation of G402 for touching their controls during the autonomous period. Once again, a yellow card has been assigned to Team 4286 for a G402 violation. And here's your score for that qualification match. The Red Alliance takes that last match with a score of 48-8.
let's go on ahead and get us into qualification match number 11. Starting us off, looking over their driver's station, it's 9709.
That's Team Isotope with their robot Tritium from Chesterfield, Virginia.
Moving on next to them, it's 1599.
The Atlee Circuitry with Woodwind branching out into STEM.
And finishing us off, it's of course 2421.
The Boombot from Burke, Virginia, RTR Team Robotics.
We're waiting for them to get on the field, but it's 836.
The RoboBees, be a revelation.
They're working on fixing their robot, but it's 4505.
McDonough Robotics from Owings Mill, Maryland.
And finishing off the Blue Alliance, we have 617.
The Engineers from Highland Springs High School. While we're waiting for the next qualification match, just a reminder that concessions are available in the commons area outside the gym. And a company, Anton Tar, is here to talk to any potential internships within the industry of STEM. If you have any interest, come find someone involved in the commons to talk to them while you get your delicious refreshments. Thank you, everyone.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And the autonomous period begins. Oh, 1599 circuitry making it into the speaker. Everyone's in stasis, ready to go. Ooh, and then 8:36 making it into the speaker right at the end of the autonomous period. And we are now entering into gameplay mode as teams start loading up and rolling out. 1599 already has theirs loaded up, so does 9707 over here on Blue Alliance. 836 just makes it in. All righty, 9709 with those eyes looking towards their victory, and 2421 trying to get it loaded up. Ooh, they make it into the speaker. They have the eyes to see. All right, 4505 lining up on over the Blue Alliance. They're going to line up for a shot at the speaker. Ooh, but 836 sending it in. 836 loaded it up again, and they're just speaking to my soul, hitting it into the speaker. 9709 with their angry eyes, getting ready to load up. 1599's got one on them, but I don't know if they're supposed to be using it that way. As we move into this, and 836 is sailing nodes into the speaker. All right, 4505 looks like they may be having some technical struggles over across the way. 836 is loading up on their end, and 9709 is loading up for a shot at the speaker, but may not have it lined up correctly. 1599 is going ahead and just lifting themselves completely off the floor as we have 35 seconds left in the match. 4505 still having some technical difficulties over on their end. 836 is leading the charge for the Blue Alliance. 9709 is getting themselves lined up, as well as 2421 trying to hook in. And we are in the end game as we line up, and we have a shot attempt for the spotlight, but does not make it. All three members of the Red Alliance are off the ground. And 836 is loading up and trying to lift themselves. And that's the end of the qualifying round. Number 11. And we have our results from the match. And the Red Alliance takes the victory with 30-23, a close victory. All right. Isotope and Circuitry are moving up in the rankings as they move ahead. And no penalties on either side, so good job in gameplay. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
All right, teams in the stands, let's introduce you to our teams for this qualification match number 12. Starting us off here on the Red Alliance, it's the Dragons. It's 4-2-2.
The MechTech Dragons with their robot Tatsu.
Next to them, discussing some strategy, it's 68-63.
The Squirrels from Woodbine, Maryland.
And finishing us off on the Red Alliance with their green and blue LEDs, it's 5-3-9.
Titan Robotics from Richmond, Virginia.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. You should know their chant well. It's 3-1-3-6.
Orca with their robot JT.
Moving on over to them, taking a look at their robot, trying to get it connected. It's 5-5-8-7.
You're not seeing double. That's another Titan Robotics. This one from Alexandria, Virginia.
And finishing us off, defending us from here and beyond, it's 15-22.
Defenders of the Multiverse with their robot Mr. Brightside.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, qualification match number 12 underway here at Ashland. 31-36 Orca runs into their alliance partner, Defenders of the Multiverse during Autonomous. Meanwhile, 68-63 is slowly moving out towards the edge of their wing as the human drivers step forward. The score right now standing 14-9 in favor of the Red Alliance. 31-36 revving up their shooters. They just barely get over that lip to score a note for their team. 422 running along the edge of the field. They're trying to pick up a note that was sitting right along the edge of the field, deploying their grabber. Having a little bit of trouble picking up. 68-63 juddering around the field. They're right in front of the red speaker. They may be trying to play a little defense here. 15-22 and 31-36, both over near their amp, as 68-63 parks themselves right in front of the speaker. 422 bumping 31-36, trying to keep them from scoring, but they managed to get in the speaker anyways. The Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance have both offered cooperation in this match. That means they only have to score 15 notes to get that extra ranking point. As 68-63 is sitting there playing defense. 422, they push 31-36 around. Referees waving a flag in that direction. 539, meanwhile, all by themselves in the red wing. 422 scraping the blue stage. 1522 and 31-36, both still playing heavy defense on the Red Alliance. Big collision in the Reds' wing as amplification has been enabled on the Reds' side. 539 trying to get that note scored before time runs out, and they do. We have 30 seconds left to score as it stands right now. Red Alliance 39, Blue Alliance 26. And now we're in end game. 31-36 and 15-22, finally free of that heavy defense. Here come the high notes as all three members of the Red Alliance are preparing to climb. 31-36 deploying their climber. 15-22 defenders of the multiverse, they're also preparing to climb. 422 has gotten up off the ground. 68-63 was maneuvering, not quite able to grab as time runs out. Here's your score for that previous match. It's the Red Alliance. A final score of 42-34. As a result of that last match, the Red Alliance, all three teams moving up in the rankings. 422, the Mech Tech Dragons, up in Alliance captain position right now, 6th place. 539 just ahead of them. Titan Robotics Net right now at 5th.
All right, everyone in the stands, let's go ahead and get you introduced here to our teams for this upcoming match. Starting us off in the Red Alliance, it's 42-86.
the Imperial Robots from Mechanicsville High School.
Next to them with their orange and teal turquoise. I'm going to have to ask you guys about that. It's 8592.
Our number 4 ranked team, Zenith Newton Squared. We make people, not robots.
And with their blue and yellow t-shirts, it's 21.99.
The Robo Lions, the pride of Central Maryland.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we're met with a team ready and poised to shoot into the speaker. It's 1731.
Lowrider bringing in our number 1 ranked team, Fresta Valley Robotics Club.
Right on next to them with their beautifully red painted pieces, it's 620.
Harley Quinn of the Warbots.
And finishing us off with some pool noodles on top, it's 8590.
Cavbotics Vulcan from Fairfax, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
And we are off. 1731 already with 1 in, now with 2 in, with 3 in before the autonomous period even ends. Red Alliance lighting up, ready to go. 1731 in all kinds of energy. And the autonomous period has come to an end. 620 is loading up into the amp, while 1731 is shooting again for the speaker. Over on the Red Alliance, 2199 just misses the speaker. They're lighting up, ready to go. 8592 makes it into the speaker for the Red Alliance. 1731 just misses on the Blue Alliance. 2199 loading up for another shot at the Red Alliance speaker and makes it. 620 loading up for the blue, gets in. A little tussling happening in the middle, and 8592 making its way down for the Red Alliance. 620 and 1731 makes it into the speaker. 620 going for the amp and makes it into the points, while 8592 makes it into the speaker for the Red Alliance. 2199 making its way down for the Red Alliance. 8590 looking like they may have some technical difficulties. 8592 loading up for the Red Alliance, making their way down for the speaker. It's going to line up for a shot, and it makes it, while 1731 misses for the Blue Alliance. 620 doing a consistent job getting the rings into the amp, and 8592 makes a shot into the speaker. 8590 still looking unmoved, as they seem to be maybe having some technical difficulties for the Blue Alliance. 620 going towards the amp as 731 makes it into the speaker. 8592 loading up for the Red Alliance speaker. And it just makes it in. 620 making it into the speaker for the Blue Alliance, loading back up. Him and 620 and 731 trading off between the speaker and the amp. 2199 making its way down for the Red Alliance, just gets it in, and 8592 is right behind them, and we are in the end game. Teams are making their way to maybe get a lift. Oh, 1731 clear off the ground, and rings are getting tossed out, and we have a spotlight for the Red Alliance, as well as 620 making it off the ground for the Blue Alliance. Oh, and that brings us to the end of qualification round number 13. And we have our results from the last qualification match. And the Blue Alliance with a 10-point victory, 65-55. Ooh. As 85-90 and 620 will both move up in the rankings. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
I don't know if everyone else is hungry, but I know I am hungry. And luckily enough, this is the last match that we're going to be playing before we break for lunch. So let's get this over quickly. Starting us off, it's 29-98.
The Viking Bots from Richmond, Virginia.
Next to them, their lights are now red. It's 1895.
Lambda Core from Manassas, Virginia.
And coming on over, one of the few pneumatics robots I've seen today, it's 339.
Kilroy Robotics from Stafford, Virginia.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. They're all staged and ready to launch into that speaker. But starting us off first, it's 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics from Baltimore, Maryland.
Next to them, it's 8326.
GDS Mighty Hoppers from Washington, D.C.
And finishing us off, it's 540.
Talon from Henrico, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go. Qualification match number 14 underway here at Ashland. Talon 540 shoots their preloaded note and they move forward. All three of the Red Alliance bots also moving forward. 2534 staying right where they are. They're going to be ready to shoot right as teleop starts. 1895 moving up to score that second note they grabbed in autonomous. Very quickly picking up more notes as 8326 goes to bank a note in that amp. The Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance both press their co-op buttons. As 2534 still sitting up next to the speaker. They've got a note in their robot. 540 shoots a very powerful shot into the speaker. 8326 comes up a little short with their shot. They're going to try to pick that note back up as Talon comes back from their cycle to the source. They shoot another note into the speaker. 1895 also coming up short on their note shot, but they're going to be able to pick it right back up and try again. That saves them some time as compared to going all the way over to the source. That second shot comes up a little short, and there's a roller or some robot part on the field. Hopefully that didn't come from 1895's robot. 2998, the Viking bots are pushed up against the right side of the speaker. 2534 still standing where they are. 339 hanging out in the blue wing. They might be trying to disrupt those cycle times. 540 has shown they are very efficient at getting to and from the source. 8326, the Mighty Hoppers. They've just come back from their source as well. 2998 trying to play some defense, but they draw a flag in the process. 8326 going over, trying to grab a note as we go into endgame. We're in endgame now. 2998 pushing up against 8326 as they try to climb. 339 keeps their distance. They don't want to mess with them. And as time expires, 339 runs into the stage. All robots still on the ground, but two are parked for the Blue Alliance.
Attention teams in the stands. There is a Land Rover Discovery in the volunteer lot with a flat tire, license plate NOM, N-O-M. If that is your car, you should probably get that fixed sooner or later. Also, we're going to be breaking for lunch once this score gets released. We will be starting qualification match number 15 at 2 o'clock. Don't be late. So 2 o'clock, we'll be starting qualification match number 15. Thank you.
We have a result for qualification match number 14. The Blue Alliance is taking this match with a score of 50-25. Folks, we'll see you at 2 o'clock for...
Hey there. We're so glad you're here. Get ready to step into the spotlight this year. Where are we headed? I'm sure you want to know. Let me set the stage for where we'll go. You've got STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Doing your best while practicing your craft. STEAM inspires big ideas, bold action, and creativity. These skills empower us to bring ideas to life and build the future. Film, music, theater, photography. Design a world of endless possibilities. Create
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth service.
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with a sense that they can create their own futures.
You are dedicated to inspiring young people to change the world. We are the world's leading youth
FIRST is more than robots. The robots are a vehicle for students to learn important life skills. Kids often come in not knowing what to expect of the program nor of themselves. They leave, even after only one season, with a vision, with confidence, and with
Attention teams. If you are scheduled for qualification match number 15, please come to the field so we can get you on, get you connected, and get this match on the way. So if you are scheduled for qualification match number 15, please come and put your robot on the field.
Is your name?
Let's get this show, this crescendo rolling. So we're going to go ahead and get started, as always, with our Red Alliance. Starting us off, one of their driver teams got a beautiful cowboy hat. It's 3373.
The Viking Bots from Richmond, Virginia.
Next to them, you hear them chanting in the stands. It's 6 what?
Chantilly Robotics from Chantilly, Virginia.
And rounding us off, they're scattering atop the trees. It's 6863.
The Squirrels from Woodbine, Maryland.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. It's 9709.
Isotope from Chesterfield, Virginia.
Next to them, on their way to the field, please do not run. It's 836.
The Robo Bees from Hollywood, Maryland.
And finishing us off on the Blue Alliance, it's 4099.
The Falcons from Poolesville, Maryland.
So we're going to get these last few teams on the field, and we're going to get this match started. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Qualification match number 15 underway here in Ashland. 4099 is zooming on over to the midline, while 3373 moves back, grabs one of those notes that are on the carpet. 6863 and 612. They stay put, as do the other two members of the Blue Alliance. 4099 is in a great position to pick up that midline ring. 836 is going to try to pick that one up as 3373 pushes that midline note over near the blue side. 612 Chantilly Robotics, they're trying to line up to the speaker. Getting in the way of their alliance partners a little bit. 6863 and 3373, they're both trying to get in line to shoot. 3373 comes up a little bit short on their shot. 6863 is juddering around there, trying to line up as well. 3373 shoots again, they're off a little bit on the left. Meanwhile, 4099 has picked up all of the notes on the Blue Alliance. They're shooting with great precision and power. Their alliance partner, 836, the Robo Bees. They've placed a note into the amp. They have one note banked for amplification. Right now, 1 minute, 19 seconds to go. 32-7 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Referee's waving a flag over near the red side of the field. 9709 Isotope. They're trying to pick up a note from their source. But 3373, 6863, they're close by. 612 moves very close by. They're trying to keep the Blue Alliance from making those cycles. 1 minute left, 51 seconds. The Blue Alliance still has the lead, 43-7. Tussle in the middle of the field. 4099, the Falcons, and 6863 Squirrels pushing against one another, trying to see who's going to make it through. 4099 makes it back to their side of the field as 6863 clashes with 836. 9709, they're going up for the chain already as there's 23 seconds left. The Blue Alliance has 53 seconds to points to red 7. It's endgame, folks. 9709 going to grab the chain. So is 3373, and so it appears as 836. Human players throwing those high notes, trying to hook those microphones. 9709 is off the field. 836 is off the field with 1 second to go. And with a last-minute climb. The scores are in for qualification match number 15. Who takes the trophy? It's the Blue Alliance with a final score of 59-9. Blue Alliance gaining those 2 critical ranking points, bringing Isotope 9709 up to 20th place, 836 the Robo Bees up to 15th place, and 4099 staying where they are in second.
We are going to go ahead and introduce our teams for our next match. First off, here on the Red Alliance, it's Team 422.
Our 6th ranked team, the MechTech Dragons from Maggie L. Walker Governor School.
And next up on the Red Alliance, it's Team 3136.
Our 10th ranked team, the Orcas of Patrick Henry High School.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's Team 8590.
The Cavbots with Vulcan from Woodson High School.
Now coming over to our Blue Alliance, our first team here is Team 2998.
The Viking Bots from Thomas Jefferson High School. Long live the Vikings. Charge!
And in the middle on our Blue Alliance, it is Team 4505.
The McDonough Robotics from McDonough High School.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's Team 2534.
The Lumberjack Robotics. To be rather than to seem.
Thumbs are up. Drivers behind the line. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
And we're off in this autonomous period. And right off the bat, 3136 makes it into the speaker, as well as a Blue Alliance making it into the speaker. 3136 loads up and gets another shot to the speaker. And we are into controller time. 422 making it into the speaker for the Red Alliance. 4505 lining up for its attempt at the speaker for the Blue Alliance. 3136 rolling down. They get it into the amp. And as we go ahead, 3136 making it with blinding speed down the course for them, where 2534 is sucking up a node and sending it into the speaker, where 4505 is grabbing another node. 422 is rolling down with speakers, cutting off their own teammate, but gets it into the speaker. 422 is picking up, 3136 loaded up, and they make it in. And so does 25-34 over in the Blue Alliance. Woo, 422 playing a little heavy defense, getting over to their side to load up. Have some issues with 85-90. They're stationary in the middle. 422 making it in, 31-36 making it into the amp. 25-34 loading up, ready for an attempt, doing a little spin moves there. All righty, 31-36 continuing to build points over on the amp. 21-34 launches one into the speaker. 422 just dominating on the speaker, playing a little heavy defense over here. 85-90 still unmoving in the center of the red triangle. However, 45-05 making their way over for the Blue Alliance. And 25-34 is maintaining position. 31-06 coming in for the Red Alliance, launching into the speaker and makes it. We are in the end game. With 17 seconds remaining, first attempts are thrown for the microphone. He throws and just misses on the Red Alliance. One last attempt for each team, and no good. We are attempting to lift. 31-36 gonna try to get one more into the speaker. Oh, does not. And that brings us to the end of the qualifying round of 16. There we go. We have our scores. And the Red Alliance clinches the victory with an astounding 53 points. Looking at it, they came in as all three teams of the Alliance will be moving up in the ranks. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
All righty. Now we're going to get started introducing our teams for qualification match 17. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have team 1895.
Lambda Corps from Manassas, Virginia.
Next up on the Red Alliance, it's team 1599.
Circuitry from Mechanicsville, Virginia. They're branching out into STEM.
And last on the Red Alliance, it's team 6 what?
Team 612, Chantilly Robotics from Chantilly, Virginia.
Making our way over to the Blue Alliance. Starting us off, we have 1522.
members of the Multiverse from Ashland, Virginia.
And with them in the middle here, it is Team 4286.
Imperial Robotics from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it is Team 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs from Goochland, Virginia.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
As we enter qualification match number 17, 1599 is spinning around. They're grabbing a bunch of game pieces off the floor. 612 shoots their preloaded game piece. 2106 squishing a note up against the truss of the stage. And as we enter into teleoperated, current score 21 to red, 7 to blue. Now the drivers take control. 612 going for that midline note. 1895, their alliance partner, pushing up against the speaker is 1599 circuitry. They pick up a note and they put it in the amp. 1599 grabs that last note on the midline. And it's a crowded wing over on the red side of the field. Everyone's trying to score into the speaker. There's not enough room for everybody. But they managed to queue up and get all their notes scored in the speaker. 1599 grabs a note that's on the ground. They miss slightly. They go and pick it back up. 1522, Defenders of the Multiverse, they're pushing up against their alliance, the opposing alliance robot. Referee's waving a flag over near the red source. 612, 1599, and 1522 all engaged in a pushing match near the edge of the blue wing as 1599 continues to cycle on their wing. 612 has a game piece. They want to break free. They can't quite make it underneath the stage there, so they got to go around. They make it through over to their side of the field as 1599 switches places with them. 2106, the Junkyard Dogs, they're standing guard. They're ready to attack any red robot that comes near them. The 1522, they're engaging with 1599 circuitry as 1599 is trying to grab a note and come back to their side of the field. We're nearing 37 seconds with 42 points to red, 15 to blue. 4286 making their way through the midline. They're engaging 612, trying to prevent them from getting back to their side of the field. 30 seconds left. There is 44 points to red and 12 to blue. We're in endgame now. And 1599 circuitry, they're climbing and they're going to try to put a note in the trap, it looks like. Here comes the high notes. Their Hammond player hooks stage right. That means 1599 is spotlit. 612 is parked. 4286 is parked. And 1522 last second just manages to park. A well-coordinated effort by both alliances here. We'll have your final scores in just a moment. A hard-fought match, but who took the victory? The Red Alliance is victorious with a final score of 51 to 14. All three Red Alliance robots moving up in the rankings after that match. Two potential Alliance captains in those top 8 contested rankings there. 1895 moving up to 7th, 1599 to 5th. Despite the loss, though, 4286 for the Blue Alliance, moving up in the rankings.
Alrighty, let's introduce our next match. Starting out on the Red Alliance, currently in rank 3, it is Team 620.
The Warbots of 620 of Madison High School and their bot Harley Quinn.
And in our middle driver station here, it is Team 2199.
Maestro, Master of Notes for the Robo Lions.
And finally, here on our Red Alliance, it's Team 8592.
Zenith of Newton Squared, Fairfax, Virginia.
And coming over here to our Blue Alliance, first off, we have Team 5954.
Colts Portable Chargers from Central High School. You dropped something.
And in our middle spot on our Blue Alliance, we have Team 617.
The Engineers from Highland Springs High School.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's Team 540.
Apollo from Talon 540 from Godwin High School.
All right. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
And we're off in this autonomous period. Both teams trying to make an early shot into the speaker. As we go down, we can hear their engines roaring as they get ready. All teams stationary at this moment. And that is the end of the autonomous period as we begin the player play. All right, 85-92 going straight for the amp, making it in. While over here, 59-54 is team to do so as well. 620 loading up, launches the disc out of the ring. All right, 620 loading back up on the speaker, makes the shot, and their teammate is gonna just miss. 85-92, trying to go for the speaker and misses. 540 over here, and 59-54 trying over here. No movement out of 540, and 59-54 is moving very little, maybe just lining up. 85-92 coming all the way over, scooping up another node, heading back down as their teammate 21-99 makes it into the speaker, and 85-92 makes it into the amp. All right, 59-54 loading up, trying to make something happen here, while 540 is still unmoved. 21-99 loading up for their shot at the speaker, just misses, but 85-92 just misses the speaker as well. 21-99 loading back up. 59-54 moving around the center of the ring. And 85-92 getting it into the amp, and team struggling to get it into the speaker shot with 45 seconds remaining. 59-54 hanging out in the beginning, still no movement out of 540. 85-92 makes it into the speaker, and 21-99 is loading up for a shot and just makes it in as well. 59-54, looking like they may be playing a little bit of defense on team 620, but is maintaining position in the middle of the ring. We are now in the end game with 17 seconds remaining as 85-92 makes it into the speaker. And some shots are being thrown out. One more, and he just misses. But 85-92 does make it into the speaker. And we're going to see some hooks. And 2 teams off the ground. And that brings us to the end of qualification round number 18. And we have our results. The Red Alliance with a score of 43. All right. Ooh, looks like 21-99 and 85-92 will move up in the ranks with quite a bit of points scored on the speaker. Congratulations to Team Red Alliance.
Attention in the stands. Attention in the stands. This is an announcement. No sitting in the aisles of the stands. No sitting in the aisles. That would be the stairs of the stands. That is a safety issue. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get started with qualification match number 19. First here on our Red Alliance, it's Team 4099.
The Falcons from Poolsville High School in Poolsville, Maryland.
And in the middle here, this team is very orange. It is Team 339.
Gilroy Robotics from Commonwealth Governor's School in Stafford, Virginia.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, representing themselves in pink, it is Team 3373.
Team RoboHawk from Highland School in Warrenton, Virginia.
Oh no. Making our way over to the Blue Alliance, starting out here with a team that is doing very well today. Team 1731.
Fresta Valley Robotics Club from Warrenton, Virginia.
Thank you. And in the middle here, we have Team 539.
Titan Robotics from Richmond, Virginia.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have Team 8326.
GDS Mighty Hoppers from Georgetown Day High School in Washington, D.C. This match is truly one to watch, folks. 4099 on the Red Alliance, currently ranked number 2. But on the Red Alliance, Team 1731 currently ranked number 1. It's a battle for between the first and the second seed here in qualification 19.
Attention all spectators, we ask that you please either crouch by the curtain or sit in the stands. We do not want to block the view of those people in the stands. So either crouch down or return to the stands. Thank you.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Starting off qualification match number 19, 1731 moving with tremendous speed as they put those three near notes and they score all three of them. They're going out to the midline, shooting a fourth, but it bounces out. They pick up a fifth note, and it goes in. That's 4 notes and autonomous for Team 1731 Fresno Valley Robotics Club. On the Red Alliance as we come in, the score 39 blue, 19 red, 339. Kilroy Robotics places a note in the amp. Their counterparts on the Blue Alliance, 539 Titan Robotics. They placed one in too. Both the Red and the Blue Alliance activated their co-op buttons. That'll get them some co-op points. 3373 shooting a note in the speaker. 8326 picking one up right near the speaker. 1731 continuing their very quick cycles. Their human player activates amplification right as those two notes go in. Hopefully those count as amplified. 1731, meanwhile, rushing over, trying to get a shot before amplification runs out. They're not quite able to do so. 4099, the Falcons, meanwhile, they shoot a note as well. And they're already back on the other side of the field, picking up another one. These two robots have really practiced their cycle times here between 1731 and 4099. But their alliance partners, 8326 and 539, playing a vital role in their strategy by feeding some notes into the amp as well. 3373's arm slowly moving up. Looks like they're aiming for the speaker. Their notes a little bit cattywampus in that grabber of theirs. There's a pushing match going on near the midline between 8326, the GDS Mighty Hoppers, and 4099. They realize 4099 cycles are a big threat, so they want to try and make sure they can't get as many notes. Because we have 30 seconds left, the Blue Alliance holds the lead at 63-31. We're nearing end game, and seeing that timer, team 3373 is grabbing the side. 1731 grabbed that chain sideways, but they managed to right themselves. The human player is really trying to hit that, and they hit it. Stage right for the Blue Alliance team. 539 climbed and spotlit with that high note. No high notes on the microphones for the Red Alliance, but there are 2 robots off the ground. And there are all 3 robots up off the ground on the Blue Alliance. This match is under review. We'll have your scores in a moment. Coming into this match, Fresno Valley Robotics Club ranked number 1. The Falcons ranked number 2. How are those rankings going to change? Here's the results. The Blue Alliance takes the victory. With a score of 83-37, that's a new high score here in Ashland. 17-31, 5-39, and 83-26, getting all 4 possible ranking points in that match. That keeps 17-31 in first position. It brings their alliance partners Titan Robotics and GDS Mighty Hoppers into second and third, respectively. 40-99, meanwhile, they dropped from second to ninth.
And here are your teams for your next match. Starting off right here in the first spot. In the first spot of our Red Alliance, it's Team 2421.
Boombot from RTR Team Robotics out of Burke, Virginia.
And next to them, let me hear you roar. It's Team 2199.
The pride of Central Maryland, the Robo Lions.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's those boys from Latin. It's Team 2534.
S.A. Quan Vadiri, the Lumberjack Robotics.
And over here on our Blue Alliance, it's Team 5587.
The Titan Robotics I-Beam.
And next to them, it's Team 1599.
The Woodwind Circuitry from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
And
branching out in STEM.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's none other than Team 8590.
The Cavbotics Vulcan from Woodson High School.
Thumbs are up and lights are green. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we are in our autonomous period, and 2199 makes it into the speaker, as well as 1599 makes it into the speaker for the Blue Alliance. They line up again and just missed their second attempt. Coming down the way, everybody seems stationary as we end the autonomous period and begin the driver portion of the competition. 25-34, quickly grabbing one and lining up ready for the speaker. They're going to make that into the hoop. And 55-87 doing the same on the Blue Alliance. Ooh. All right, 15-99 making their way to grab a node. 55-87 for the Blue Alliance, getting it into the amp, but maintaining position. Down here on the Reds wing, we've got 25-34. Low lost their node, but 21-99 is making it into the amp. 25-34 picks it back up and is attempting to reset. 15-99 making their way down. The Atlee circuitry is going to launch in and make it into the speaker. And from here, we're going to go ahead and have 55-87 makes it into the speaker, and 21-99 does the same for the Red Alliance. And we're loading up over here where action is happening. 21-99 gets it into the amp for the Red Alliance. 25-34 struggling to get one ready to go. 55-87 gets one in for the Blue Alliance on the speaker. A little bit of misman K-ham happening over here between 15-99 and 24-21. We are coming down to 45 seconds. 55-87, lightning speed down the way, but misses the speaker. But 25-34 makes it in for the Red Alliance. 15-99 is loaded up, making their way down, but loses their node on the way. 24-21 loading up, ready to go to launch into the speaker, and just misses. 15-99, not with the node, not where they want it to be, but their partner, 55-87 for the Blue Alliance, has made it in. We are in the end game where we have got one team on the Red Alliance above, off the ground, and 55-19 makes it off the ground for the Blue Alliance. 25-34 for the Red, and that brings us to the end of qualification round number 20. And we have our results from qualification number 20. The winner is the Red Alliance, pulling it out with a 4-point victory over the Blue Alliance. A close match coming down the line where all three teams in the Red Alliance will rank up. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
All right, let's get you introduced to our teams here for qualification match number 21. Starting us off, it's 620.
The Warbots from Vienna, Virginia.
Right next to them with their very low bot, it's 4286.
Imperial Robotics from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
And finishing us off, they're loud in the stands, it's 6 what?
Chantilly Robotics from Chantilly, Virginia.
Moving on over here, their robot has a lot of moving components. It's real fun to watch in action. It's 422!
Currently ranked 5th, the MechTech Dragons from Richmond, Virginia.
Right next to them with their pink flag and their pink shirts, but sadly not a pink robot yet, it's 3373!
Team RoboHawk from Warrenton, Virginia.
And rounding us off here on the Blue Alliance, it's none other than 4505!
McDonough Robotics from McDonough School in Owings Mills, Maryland.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, qualification 21 here in Ashland. 422 is picking up a lot of game pieces. And 3373, they pick one up and bring it back to score an autonomous. For the Red Alliance, 620 move forward across the line. Their alliance partner staying stationary for the moment. But as the human drivers step forward, 620 shoots that note they picked up in teleop, or an autonomous rather. They go pick up another one from right near the blue source. 3373 is trying to line up to their blue amp, where 612 picked up another note from the field. They're lining up, spinning up, they're gonna shoot. They come up a little bit short. 4505, they're trying to line up to a note near their corner of the field there. There's 2 notes there. 4286 playing some defense in the blue zone. The refs didn't like that. Flag coming out for the Red Alliance there. Team 620 picks up a note, but they push it a little too far. It hits their flywheels and it shoots out. There's a traffic jam in the red wing. 4505 is pushing against 4286 with all their might. Imperial Robotics is pushing back. They're out near the midfield marker again. 620 Warbots, they picked up a note off the ground. Their human players have so caringly placed down there. Bounces off the inside of the speaker and falls back out. But 612 is right there to pick up that missed note. 620 is doing those cycles, but 3373 wants to get in the way. They bounce around. 3373 comes back to the speaker. 620 shoots that note into their speaker. 4505 is pushing some notes around. We have 30 seconds left. The Blue Alliance has the lead, 37-14. 4286 trying to play some last-second defense before endgame starts, which is right now. 3373 extending their grabbers. They want to climb. The human players have those high notes coming in. 4505 trying to climb stage right. No red robots have yet started to climb. 4286 parking themselves inside the park zone, and their alliance partner 612 does so as well. And here's your score from qualification 21. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with a score of 43-18. As a result of that match, all three members of the Blue Alliance advancing in rank. The Red Alliance, all the Alliance members except for 4286, Imperial Robotics, drop down in the ranks.
All right, everyone, let's get you introduced to our Red Alliance. Starting us off, it's 4099.
The Falcons, ranked number 7 from Poolsville, Maryland. Big Poolsville.
Next up, coming on the field to turn on their robot, it's 2998.
The Robo Vikings from Richmond, Virginia. Charge.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's 617.
The Engineers from Highland Springs High School. And it's the Viking bots, not Robo Vikings. Sorry about that. I don't know where I got that from.
As we come on over to the Blue Alliance, we're met with the 4-joystick drive station 339.
Kilroy Robotics. Kaizen, improve a little every day.
Put it in front of. Moving on next to them with their amazing hats. I like them. It's 5954.
The Portable Chargers with Colts from Victoria, Virginia.
And finishing us off with their green lights a-going, it's 9709.
Tritium from Isotopes in Chesterfield, Chesapeake, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
And we are off in the autonomous period of this round of play. 9709 just making it in for the Blue Alliance, and 4099 is revving up, ready to go. Rest of the field is stationary, and that is the end of the autonomous period, beginning the driver portion. 4099 is loaded up, ready to go, and they make it into the speaker. 9709 for the Blue Alliance makes it in for the Blue Alliance. 4999 gets one into the amp for the Red Alliance. As all teams seem to load up, 9709 makes it in for the Blue Alliance to the speaker. While 4099 is rocking and rolling for the Red Alliance. Team 399 for the Blue Alliance has loaded up and is making their way over, while 2998 has loaded up a node and making their way. 4099 shoots one into the speaker for the Red Alliance as 2998 loads up for the speaker and does not make the shot yet. 339 is working that amp for the Blue Alliance, while 9709 is loaded up for the speaker and makes the shot. 4099 working towards the amp for their team, just misses though as it bounces off the side. Blue Alliance loading up with 9709 for the blue, heading over for the speaker to launch, and they make it in, as well as 4099 making it into the speaker for the Red Alliance. As teams are moving and grooving, 399 is trying to load up for the Blue Alliance, and 9709 is in the wings waiting. 2998 is struggling over on their side to get theirs in, and 4099 is looking like they may be playing a little bit of defense. 5954 is hanging in the middle for the Blue Alliance. 9709 makes it into the speaker for the Blue Alliance, and 399 makes it into the amp for the Blue Alliance. 4099 launching into the speaker for the Red Alliance as they are rolling down with blinding speed. Mr. Angry Eyes has joined us on 9709 as we enter into the end game. We have a cross throw. We're making it up and just misses. We get it on and we just miss the microphones. As we go, 9709 is off the ground as well as no other team. And that is the end of this round of play. All righty, we are ready. And the winners are the Blue Alliance with a score of 44-26. And as we see here, looks like all three members of the Blue Alliance will level up in the rankings, scoring 31 points on the speaker. Good job, Blue Alliance.
All right, teams in the stands, we're gonna go ahead and get you introduced to our teams here for our upcoming match. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, as always, it's 83-26.
83-26, the GDS Mighty Hoppers with Anna Cornelius.
Next to them, they're not just Newton, they're Newton squared. It's 85-92.
Zenith from Fairfax, Virginia.
And finishing us off, it's 31-36.
The Orcas from Patrick Henry High School. Orca.
Moving on over here to the Blue Alliance, we're met with the faces of 68-63.
The Squirrels from Woodbine, Maryland. Sweatin' Bolts.
Next to them, it's none other than 1731.
Our #1 ranked team, Fresta Valley Robotics Club from Warrenton, Virginia.
And rounding us off, getting their driver's station just set perfectly, it's 1895.
From Manassas, Virginia, Lambda Corps. We don't let perfect get in the way of good enough.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
1731 starting off with their trademark rushing autonomous. 8592 and 3136 meanwhile taking a little bit of a slower approach, making sure they pick those notes up and are ready for teleoperated. As those human drivers step forward, 8592 steals that note away from 1731 Fresta Valley Robotics Club. They were going for the same note, but 8592 got there just a little bit sooner. Those midfield notes are gone now. Now Newton Squared has to go back to their loading station, their source area. They bang into the truss of the stage as they come back along the other side. 3136 meanwhile also doing a cycle from their source. 8326 picking up a spilled note from the field. Red Alliance has a couple of seconds left to amplify. Can 8326 get a shot off? They cannot, but they still make it in to get the normal amount of points. 8592 shooting from behind 6863. They were trying to block access to the front of that subwoofer, but 8592 didn't need to push up against it. So 68-63, the Squirrels, they decide to push around 83-26 a little bit to try and prevent them getting a good shot off. The Red Alliance is again amplified. 85-92 sitting right behind 68-63. That's 2 amplified notes in that session for the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance, meanwhile, has 1 note banked for amplification. 1895 and 1731, both shooting almost simultaneously, almost like they were coordinated. 1895, Lambda Corps pausing for just a moment to let Fresta Valley get to the source area so they can grab one to put into this amplifier. They've got 2 notes. Human player hovering their hand above the button, and there it goes. Blue Alliance amplified for 6 more seconds. Can Fresta Valley make it back before that time expires? They're very close. It might count, might not. 85-92 lining up to get an amplified note scored for the Red Alliance. We're in endgame now. The Blue Alliance 78, Red Alliance 50. It's going to come down to these climbs. 1731 moving up. They're going to try to score into the trap. They drop a note in. And that chain is also spotlit. A double spotlight. That's not going to count for any extra points, but that's very impressive by the human player. Meanwhile, 2 robots on the Red Alliance up off the ground. And 1 robot parked for the Blue Alliance. A lot of high-ranked robots in this match. What's the result? The Blue Alliance takes to victory. A new high score set at Ashland today, 88-58. The Blue Alliance gaining 3 ranking points from that match. 1731 remaining as our number 1 seed right now, 1895. Lambda Core, their alliance partners, coming up to 4th. Their 3rd alliance partner, the Squirrels, coming up to 20th.
All right. Let's get you introduced to our teams for this upcoming match. It's none other than 836.
The Robo Bees, currently ranked 10th.
Next to them with their robot ready to rocket that note into the subwoofer, it's 2421.
RTR Team Robotics from Burke, Virginia.
And finishing us off, it's none other than 1522.
Defenders of the Multiverse from Ashland, Virginia.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance with their beautiful tutus, it's 5587.
Titan Robotics from Alexandria, Virginia.
Moving on over here as they're figuring out their controls, it's 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs from Goochland, Virginia.
And last but certainly not least, it's 540.
Talon from Henrico, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Qualification 24 underway here at Ashland. 8:36, they shoot their preload. They go to pick up a second one, they stop a little bit short. 15:22 and 24:21, their alliance partners go over to their source area. 55:87, 21:06, sitting right by the subwoofer. 55:87 rocketing out of that autonomous period to grab a midline note. Meanwhile, 8:36 shoots the note they had. 15:22 trying to get out of the way of their two alliance partners. 8:36 is a little bit low. They hit that black plastic. 24:21 also a little bit short on their shoot there. 21:06 and 55:87. That's the Junkyard Dogs and Titan Robotics. They're side by side near their speaker, trying to see if they can shoot simultaneously. They got to take turns. As 21:06 tries to go for another note, 15:22, Defenders of the Multiverse. They're getting in their way. 21:06 has stopped moving out by the edge of the blue wing, but their alliance partner, Titan Robotics, they shoot a note. They hit their manipulator up against the truss of the stage. Hopefully that manipulator is not damaged. 24:21, meanwhile, enjoying a lot of free space over by the red speaker. Just barely up and over with that note. 8:36 again, a little bit low with their shot. We have 1 minute left. The score right now, 29 blue, 18 red. 15:22 engaged in a pushing match with Titan Robotics. They're trying to pick up a note, and 15:22 is trying to prevent them from getting back. 55:87, still contending with that defense as they break free of Defenders of the Multiverse, but the Robo-Bees bump into them on the way back. That note is a little bit misshapen in their grabber, and that makes their shot off to the right a little bit. But they can pick it right back up, and now it's endgame. 31-20, the points currently stand in favor of the Blue Alliance. 24-21 RTR Team Robotics, and 8:36 the Robo-Bees. They're up on those chains. 15:22 might be trying to grab hold too. The Blue Alliance human player hits a high note on a microphone, but nobody's climbed there. Instead, two of those blue robots sitting in the park zone underneath the stage. And here's your score for that qualification match. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with a score of 35-27. The Red and the Blue Alliance both took part in co-opetition, but only those two ranking points from victory were claimed in this match.
All right, folks, let's get you introduced to our teams here. Starting us off with their bright LEDs, I might need sunglasses, it's 539!
Titan Robotics, currently ranked second.
Right next to them, they may be a rookie by number, but they're not a rookie by skill. It's 9709!
Isotope with their bot Tritium.
And finishing us off with their low robot, it's 4286!
Imperial Robotics.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. They're having some issues with their robot, but I know that they'll fix it. It's 1599!
Circuitry, their bot Woodwind, currently ranked number 8.
Next to them, looks like they're working a little bit on their robot. It's 8592!
Newton Squared, their bot Zenith, currently ranked 6th.
And finishing us off here, the tallest robot on the Blue Alliance, it's 4505!
McDonough Robotics from Owings Mills, Maryland.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Starting off an autonomous phase, 9709 shoots their preload and grabs a second. 539 gets knocked a little bit off kilter by their autonomous of 9709. On the Blue Alliance, not a terrible much is happening, but as those human drivers step forward, the score is tied, 12-12. The Blue Alliance crowding around the center of the speaker, 1599, looking to score that note or to move out of their partner's way. They decide to go to the amp, and so does 539, Titan Robotics. 8592 grabbing one of those midline rings as their alliance partner, 1599 Circuitry, scores one into the speaker as well. 4505 ejected a note out of the back of their robot, as 1599 shot comes up a little bit short. 539 places another note into their amp. Both alliances completing that cooperation objective. That means they only need to score 15 notes for the extra ranking point. There is a lot of traffic over on the red side of the field. Blue Alliance robots are starved for notes. There is very little on the floor near there. 1599 managing to break free of that defense and score a note in the speaker. 4505 though, still stuck right up by their source. They're spinning around trying to break free. 4286 Imperial Robotics, they're chasing close behind. As 8592 Newton Squared scores into the speaker. 4505 shot comes up a little bit short. Well, they decide to go after it. They're going to go try to grab another one, bumping into the chains. We got 30 seconds left. The Blue Alliance has the lead, 36-23. 539 makes its way over to the source zone, but just in time for the end game to sound. They decide to turn around and head for the chains. The Blue Alliance still holds on to the lead as those high notes come. Their human player hooked stage right, And 8592 says, I'm going to climb right there with 3 seconds left. The Red Alliance attempting a harmony. From here, it looks like they've got 2 robots up on that stage left chain for them. If that counts, that'll mean some extra points. Blue Alliance also has 2 robots climbed, 1 spotlit. A close match with lots of strategy in that match, but who took the victory? It's the Blue Alliance with a final score of 45-32. Blue Alliance moving up in the rankings as a result of that. 2 ranking points for the win. Brings 1599 to 7th, 4505 to 24th. And 8592 staying right where they are in 6th place.
All right, as the robots are coming off and the new ones are coming on, I'm going to introduce you to our teams for this upcoming match. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's Team 620.
Or bots.
Next up on the Red Alliance, it's Team 1522.
Defenders of the Multiverse from Ashland, Virginia.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, they are currently ranked in 2nd place. It's Team 8326.
GDS Mighty Hoppers with their robot Ada Cornelius.
Making our way over to the Blue Alliance. First off, we have Team 2998.
The Viking Bots from Thomas Jefferson High School in Richmond, Virginia.
And to their side, we have Team 8590.
Cavbotics with their robot Vulcan.
And last but not least on the Blue Alliance, it's the team in pink. It's Team 3373.
Team RoboHawk with their robot Mr. Roboto.
Lights are green, thumbs are up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Here we go, qualification match 26 of 58 underway here in Ashland. A lot of motion on the blue side as 3373 shoots their preload, picks up a second one. 2998 just moving out past the line. On the Red Alliance, they got some stuff done as well. The score right now 9-7 in favor of the Blue Alliance. As the human drivers step forward, Cavbotics comes to life, 8590. They're strafing around in front of their speaker, deciding where to go. They bring their arm down so they can fit underneath the stage. And they're moving towards the amp. They shot out a little bit early there. And now that robot is a little bit stuck on their robot. Hopefully they can clear that out. 2998, meanwhile, on the opposite side of the field, dealing with some blockading robots. 1522, Defenders of the Multiverse, and 8326, yes, Mighty Hoppers. 2998 breaks free. They grab a note from the midline. While 8326 makes a shot. Comes up a little bit short. 8590, they're trying to score in the amp again. They brought their arm up, and they shoot down and in. That's a note banked for amplification. 1522 again, hovering out near the midfield, trying to interrupt any blue robots they can. 3373, Team Robohawk raising their intake up in defense to avoid it being damaged. Eight, 8590 again, they're going to put a second note in the amp so that the Blue Alliance can amplify. On the other side of the field, though, GDS Mighty Hoppers, 8326, they're dealing with a fairly wide open field. 2998, the Viking bots pushing up against their Alliance opponents. 1522 playing some pretty harsh defense in this match. With 30 seconds left, the Red Alliance has the lead, 23-16. 3373 is going to climb, so is 1522. As the sound sounds for endgame, here come those high notes. 620 and 1522, they're attempting a harmony, climbing on the same chain. Will they be able to get up before time expires in 1 second? Not quite. There is a complicated field on the blue stage. I'm going to wait for the referees to decide on that one. The Red Alliance had all three of its robots in the stage area as well. Preliminary score indicates 16-25 in favor of the Red Alliance. And here's your score. The Red Alliance taking the victory in that match with a final score of 19-28.
Alrighty, folks. We're going to get started introducing our teams for your qualification match number 27. First up here on the Red Alliance, we have Team 1731.
Cresta Valley Robotics Club, currently ranked number 1.
And beside them on the Red Alliance, we have Team 422.
The MechTech Dragons from Richmond, Virginia, currently ranked 5th.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, they are the pride of their county. It is Team 2199.
The Robo Lions from Sykesville, Maryland.
And over on the Blue Alliance, to start us off, we have Team 540.
Talon 540 from Henrico, Virginia.
And in the middle here on our Blue Alliance, well, who is here? It's Team 339.
Kilroy Robotics from Stafford, Virginia.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's those busy bees. It's Team 836.
The Robo Bees from Hollywood, Maryland.
Do you need help? All right, thumbs are up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Welcome to qualification match 27. 1731 doing their trademark rush across the field. 2199 also doing some autonomous multi-game piece. 1731 shoots high and wide. It goes out of the play. As teleoperated begins, we have 26 red, 9 blue. As the human drivers come forward, 339, Kilroy Robotics deposits 1 in the amp. 2199's intake is making a clicking noise. It doesn't seem like it's intended. 422 fires a note into that black plastic underneath. They pick that right back up and they get it in the speaker. 2199 wants to pick that note up that landed right near 339, but they're a little bit apprehensive. But as 339 clears their area, they pick that up as well. 1731 zipping by 339 Kilroy Robotics as Red Alliance enables amplification. 1731 gets 1 note in. 2199 is racing. Can they get there in the 2 seconds they have left? They're not betting on it, so they're going over to the amp, it looks like, or no, they make a decision to go back to the speaker. The Robo Bees over in their source, they were trying to pick a note up, but they brought their intake up. They're coming up to the speaker as well. 422 going back and forth near the midfield. They're trying to play some defense. That's a collision, big collision near the gate over there between 422 and 836. The MechTech Dragons, meanwhile, picking up that note from their source. 2199 is stationary. They're sitting underneath the blue stage with a solid robot signal light. Hopefully they can recover from that. Could be a potential communications disruption. Meanwhile, amplification expires for the Red Alliance. More collisions between 422 and 836. These robots are really bashing each other. We're about to head into endgame here. 20 seconds left. Red Alliance has the lead, 59-21. 836 is pushing the Robo Lions out of the way and gaining penalty points in the process. 2199 is disabled in a bad spot right now because their Alliance opponents are trying to climb. 1731, meanwhile, they climb. They were trying to put a note in the trap, but they didn't quite have enough time to release it. No robots up off the ground for the Blue Alliance, but there is one climbed for the Red Alliance. This match is under review. We'll have results for you as soon as they're available. And here's the score from that match. The Red Alliance takes the victory with a score of 52-66. Red Alliance earning 3 ranking points during that match. That keeps Fresta Valley's record undefeated and their first seed slot. 2199 moves up into Alliance captain position. They were 12th, now they are 8th. The ranking of all the Blue Alliance did not change in that last match.
Now, to go ahead and start introducing our teams for qualification match number 28. First off, we have team 4099.
The Falcons from Poolesville, Maryland.
And next up, it's those boys from Latin. It's team 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics from the Boys Latin School of Maryland in Baltimore, Maryland.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, It's Team 5587.
Titan Robotics.
There we go.
Alexandria, Virginia.
I was walking over to our Blue Alliance. First off, we have Team 2421.
RTR Team Robotics from Burke, Virginia.
And joining them on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 539.
Another Titan Robotics from Trinity Episcopal School in Richmond, Virginia.
And last but certainly not least, it's Team 61 who? That's Team 612.
Chantilly Robotics from Chantilly Academy in Chantilly, Virginia.
Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, qualification match 28 underway here. 40.99 and 55.87 moving around, trying to grab some game pieces. 24.21 and 5.39. Sitting stationary for the moment as 612 is pressed up against their subwoofer. Here we go, 40.99 bumps up against the edge of the field as they get their bearings. 5.39. That's Titan Robotics for the Blue Alliance, places a node in the amp. The Blue Alliance chose to use that for their coopetition. 55.87 trying to put a node into the amp. What's the human player going to do there? Will they reciprocate coopetition or will they hold on to it for amplification? There's a battle on the midfield for those notes. 25.34 grabs one, 40.99 grabs another. Team 612, meanwhile, they're pushing around. 40.99 trying to get them to not be able to do what they want to. 40.99 is riding on top of a note there. They look like they're trying to dislodge that from their drivetrain. 612, meanwhile, bumping into them. They're playing some defense on this robot. A lot of traffic near the midfield. 5.39 Titan Robotics. They run into 40.99 of the Red Alliance. And 40.99 is not letting up. They're following 5.39 all the way, pushing them back to the blue wing. There's a belt off or something in the middle of the field. And 24.21 is sitting still. Their driver station light is flashing. It means there might be a connection problem there. Hopefully they're able to recover. 55.87 also sitting stationary with a flashing light in their driver station. It's a 2v2 match right now. But 55.87 comes back alive just in the nick of time with 30 seconds left to score 28 red, 6 blue. 24.21 still stationary. 5.39 preparing to climb. 25.34 extending their grabbers as the human player picks up those notes. Referee's waving a flag in that direction. 25.34 has grabbed on by one grabber. 5.39 climb stage left. 25.34 climb stage right with 3 seconds left. One robot climbed on either alliance. With another robot safely parked, there might be 3 parked for the Red Alliance, but it will be up to the referees to determine that. Preliminary score 30-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. And here's your score for qualification match number 28. It's the Red Alliance. A final score 17-35. All three red robots moving up in the rankings as a result of that match. All three blue robots moving down in the rankings.
And moving right along into qualification match number 29. The first team here on our Red Alliance, it's Team 2106.
That's the Junkyard Dogs with their robot Maestro.
And joining them on the Red Alliance, it's Team 5954.
That's the Portable Chargers out of Victoria, Virginia.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's Team 1895.
Your current rank number 4, that's Lambda Core.
Walking over to the Blue Alliance, first off, we have Team 6863.
From Woodbine, Maryland, it's the Squirrels.
And aligned with them in this match, it is Team 617.
On field, excited to see what they'll do. It's the Engine Nerds.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, it's Team 3136.
Currently rank 10, that's Orca. Orca.
Thumbs are up, field is green, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Immediately starting us off here in autonomous, we have Orca 3136 shooting in a note, grabbing a second one, going for that second note, and they get it with 3 seconds left. If we look over on the Red Alliance side, looks like they did get 4 points for moving. We see 1895 Lambda Core rocketing up on those back wheels. They have a note. Looks like they're controlling a couple more notes than they're allowed to. Remember, you're only allowed to control one note, but that is left up to the referees. Seeing here, we have 617 grabbing a note that was dropped from their human player station. They're rocketing on back to their speaker, trying to shoot it. 31-36, that's Orca, is picking up some notes and scoring those points. Currently, it's 26-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 21-06, the Junkyard Dogs is currently disabled in the middle of the field. We have our FTAs trying to help them and figure out what's wrong. 68-63, that's the Squirrels. They lost their intake earlier today, but they have it back on, and they're playing a little bit of defense. 617 is maneuvering around with their Macadam drive, trying to get back to the human player station to take in a note. 31-36, that's Orca after all. They shoot, but they shoot a little bit low and just miss. We have a minute left in the match. It's currently in Blue's favor, but Red is coming back up with 18 points. 31-36, Orca launching another one, but they're still a bit low. There might be a problem with their robot that they need to figure out. 617 looks like it might be having some issues with their drivetrain. They're not driving like they should be. 1895, that's Lambda Core launching another note into their speaker, getting the scores ever so closer together. Currently, the score is 32-26 in favor of the Blue Alliance as we enter here into endgame. We have 59-54. That is, after all, the Portable Chargers. They're doing a little bit of defense, trying to stop Orca. Orca scores one more note. We have all of our human players shooting their high notes, but it doesn't look like they get any. Looks like there was a foul on 1895 Lambda Core at the end. The score differs by 2 points, 34-32 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with the Red Alliance scoring 14 notes in total, and the Blue Alliance only scoring 18, but they got a lot more auto points. We will have to see how the end game and any fouls accrued affect the outcome. We're waiting for the judges to deliberate and come to a decision, come to an agreement, a consensus. Ryan, the FTA, running across the field with a brand new fixed ref panel. Chris, the AV guy, helping him, putting it back on. Got to make sure our referees can score and decide properly. We're ready for the score, ladies and gentlemen, and they, them. This match goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 59-33. The Blue Alliance gained 25 penalty points that match, and they gained themselves 3 total ranking points, 31-36, moving up to the 4th position. In 1895, Lambda Core moving down to number 6.
All right, now let's introduce our teams for qualification match number 30. Starting out here on the Red Alliance, we have team number 1599.
Currently rank 7, that's Circuitry.
And standing right in front of me, currently in first place, it is 1731.
Currently undefeated for 6 matches straight, that's Fresno Valley Robotics Club.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, we have team 2998.
From Richmond, Virginia, long live the Vikings, it's the Viking Bots.
Making our way over to the Blue Alliance. These birds sure soar high. It's team 4099.
The Falcons from Poolesville, Maryland.
And in the middle here on the Blue Alliance, it's your team currently in rank 2. It's team 422.
Currently in second place and also undefeated for 6 matches straight, that's the MechTech Dragons.
And rounding out this alliance, we have team, or should I say squaring out this alliance, we have team 8592.
That's Newton Squared with their robot Zenith.
Field is ready. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Immediately off the bat, we see Fresno Valley getting 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 4 notes in auto. In fact, sadly, that's 2 notes bouncing off the top of the speaker. It's going to be 2 notes. That's going to be an auto that they're going to have to fix. 4099 launching one all the way over to the Red Alliance. 422 launching a note in right as teleop begins. 8592 looks like they got a note stuck in the amp, and they're going to try and fix it. Oh, looks like it did indeed end up falling out. The Red Alliance is currently in the lead, 28 to 19, but the match has only just begun. 1599 Circuitry, looks like they might be having some battery issues. Make sure to replace and charge your batteries between matches, folks. Circuitry looks like they lost connection near the blue human player station. That's getting them some penalties whenever they get hit. 422 looks like they might be having some battery issues too, but they're making it through and launching that note nice and cleanly up through. We have some contact here between 8592, Newton Squared, and 1731 Fresno Valley. The score is currently tied 41 to 41. The Blue Alliance just gained themselves 10 points. Looks like 1599 is being pushed into the blue human player station and being tapped by the MechTech Dragons, earning themselves penalty points. Ooh, we have a big collision over here as for the Poolesville. The Falcons are playing a little bit of defense. 1731 looks like they're having some issues with their driving. Looks like that might also be battery. I see them jittering. They do end up making it out and rocketing over to the amp to score some points. We're into endgame, folks. The Red Alliance is amplified. They're going to try and score some notes while they can. The Blue Alliance is currently ahead, 81 to 58. We may see the end of Fresno Valley's winning streak with 3, 2, 1. The end of match 30. On the Red Alliance, we see Fresta Valley hanging on the chain. No one on the Blue Alliance looks like they hung, but that decision is, after all, left up to the amazing referees we have. Depending on end game and any fouls accrue, this could be a very close match. Fresta Valley's robot is named Low Rider. And while it's not the lowest bot here, it definitely is shorter than a lot of bots that we've seen today. Both 422 and 1731 have won every single one of their matches. And because they're now on different alliances, one of them, I mean, it could be a tie. It could be a tie after all. But one of them is going to have their streak broken. It's either one or both. We're still waiting for the judge's final decision on this. Your number one and you usually don't see your number one team and your number two team fight until playoffs. So this is always awesome to see. All right, we have a score. This match goes to the Blue Alliance with a score of 84-61. Everyone on the Blue Alliance retains their spot, 11, 2, and 5 respectively. And in fact, Fresta Valley on the Red Alliance, because they got that one ranking point, they stay as the number 1 ranked team because of their ranking point average. That was an amazing match to see. All right, everybody, let's get you introduced to our teams for our next qualification match. Starting us off, it's the boys from Latin. It's 25-34. Next to them, trying to diagnose their robot connectivity issues, it's 836.
The RoboBees.
And And rounding off our red alliance, being held by our wonderful FTA Kyle at 68-63.
Squirrels.
Moving on over to the blue alliance, we're met with the face of 4286.
Imperial Robotics from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
Next to them, doing some last-minute repairs on their robot, it's none other than 5587.
Titan Robotics from Alexandria City High School in Alexandria, Virginia.
And last, but certainly not least, it's 617.
Engineers from Highland Springs High School, Highland Springs, Virginia.
When are they going to get... Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And they're off on our autonomous period. Now the students have control of the robots. We see 617 launch a note. 836 lines up. Oh, they're out of the way. $25.34 trying to shoot into their speaker. It's 68-63. The Squirrels seem to be playing a bit of defense over here on the Blue Alliance's side. While team 55-87 gets moving. Team 836 puts another note in their amplifier, and they go to do it again. Oh. 836 trying to line up with the amplifier, and they score. $68-63 playing zone defense against 55-87 Titan Robotics. 617 seems to be stuck underneath the stage. And a big collision over on the Red Alliance side of the field. $836 picking up another note. And now we are in end game. We see those high notes flying. It looks like all the Blue Alliance robots will be on their stage. Let's see what that match tells. No climbers, no climbing. Waiting on the results of match number 31. Results are ready. And the winner of our qualification match 31 is the Red Alliance! With a final score of 15-16. So the Red Alliance will come away with 2 ranking points from that match.
right, after that absolutely real fun match. Real exciting with that score at the end. We're going to go ahead and get started with our alliances for this. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have 540.
Talon 540, Goodwin Robotics from Godwin High School, Henrico, Virginia.
Moving on from them with their robot in a shooting ready position, it's 8590.
Cavbots from Woodson High School in Fairfax, Virginia.
And finishing us off, they are confirmed not robots. It's 539.
Titan Robotics from Trinity Episcopal High School, Richmond, Virginia. They are currently ranked 7th.
Moving on over here to the Blue Alliance with their hands deep in their robot, getting it ready. It's 1895.
Lambda Corps from Osborne High School in Manassas, Virginia. Don't let perfect get in the way of a good enough.
Next to them with their robot arm ready to go, it's 3373.
Team RoboHawk from Highland School in Warrenton, Virginia, with their robot, Mr. Roboto.
And finishing us off with their robot right in front of them, it's 620.
Warbots from Madison High School in Vienna, Virginia, with their robot, Harley Quinn.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Is the start of our autonomous period. Several robots make their moves. Starting off our teleoperated period, every robot gets on the move. 620 depositing a note in their amplifier, followed up by their teammate 3373. On the Red Alliance, 8590 scoring and to the amplifier. And 1895 Lambda Core scores in their speaker. Another in their speaker from Lambda. Team 8590 diligently placing notes in their team's amplifier. And 620 makes a shot up into their speaker. .620 coming into contact with the stage a bit, so is 1895. But both of them take aim at the top speaker. With 1885 taking another shot on that top speaker. .1885 trying to receive a note from their human player station as their teammate 620 scores into their speaker. Now team 8590 coming over to the human player station to retrieve a note from the floor. Coming into contact slightly as they do this. And the high notes start flying as we enter into endgame. .8590's intake revs up. 3373 hangs in the balance. And we will see what this match results are shortly. If you look to the screen, we will have final score. Shows that the Blue Alliance wins this match with a score of 45-12. There were no penalty points this match.
All right. We're going to speed up the team introductions for a few matches here to try and get back on track with the schedule. So starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 339.
Kilroy Robotics.
Next to them, it's 6 what?
Chantilly Robotics.
And rounding us off, it's 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we have 2421.
RTR Team Robotics.
Followed closely behind by 3136.
Our gracious hosts, Orca.
And finishing us off, it's 5954.
The Portable Chargers.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
We start off qualification match 33 with 24-21 coming up a little short on their shot in autonomous. 6-12 also coming up a little short on their shot. 21-06 proceeding forward past the line. 339 doing the same with 59-54. As we proceed into teleoperated, 6-12 is spinning around, trying to dislodge that note from underneath them. They deploy their grabber and they pick that note up. On the other side of the field, there's notes aplenty near the speaker. 24-21 RTR Team Robotics trying to pick one up. Their intake didn't quite grip on that. 31-36 Orca. They pick it up and shoot it in the speaker. They go right a few feet back to grab their second, spinning around to grab a third. This is a best cycle time you'll ever see over here because the notes are right in front of them. 21-06, they're sitting stationary right now. Their robot signal light's solid. There might be a connection issue. Hopefully they can resolve that. 33-39, their alliance partners from Stafford, Virginia, Kilroy Robotics. They've banked a note for their amp. Both alliances carrying out that cooperation. The Blue Alliance just enabled amplification just in time for 3136 to send a note inside. That's some extra points for the Blue Alliance, and with about a minute left, the Blue Alliance has the lead, 18-9. 3136 putting yet another note into the speaker as the Red Alliance enables amplification. 2106, the Junkyard Dogs, they score a note in there, 339 trying to move 59-54, the portable chargers out of the way. Amplification expires just before 2106 is able to get over there. 2106 and 339, both trying to grab a note. 339's got it. They're going across the field. 24-21 already looking to climb with 30 seconds left. The lead is closing. Blue 22, red 17, only a few points separating these alliances rather. 339 banking another note for Autonomous right as we enter into endgame. They're going to try to see if they're going to score. Blue Alliance is amplified. The Red Alliance human player is throwing theirs high notes. The Blue Alliance hooks one on the microphone on their stage left. No high notes on the microphones on the Red Alliance. And 339 climbs to end this match. Preliminary score, only a 7-point difference. Blue 27, red 20. And here's your score for that last match. The Blue Alliance takes the victory with a final score 30-24. (31-36) holding on to that potential alliance captain spot in the 4th place. Their alliance partners 24-21 and 59-54 advancing in the ranks to 21 and 26. All 3 red robots moving down in the ranks as a result of that last match.
All right, let's get us started with these teams for match number 34. Starting off with the Red Alliance, as always. Their robot perfectly lined up. It's 83-26.
GDS Mighty Hoppers.
Next to them with their beautiful LED board with the eyes, it's 9709.
Isotope from Chesterfield, Virginia.
And finishing us off, last but certainly not least, doing some final checks on their bot, it's 4505.
McDonough Robotics from Owings Mills, Maryland.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we're met with the face of 2199.
The Robo Lions from Sykesville, Maryland.
Next to them, it's none other than 1522.
Defenders of the Multiverse from Ashland, Virginia.
And rounding us off, it's 1895.
Lambda Corps from Manassas, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Starting off qualification 34, 9709 does 2 game pieces out. They move over, they grab a third. They're moving with quite some force there. Their note got jammed a little bit under their intake, so it didn't quite make it into the shooter mechanism. All 3 blue robots, meanwhile, moved forward, and they did some scoring of their own because coming out of Autonomous, Blue Alliance has the lead at 22-19. 2199 grabs one of those notes off the midline. 8326 does the same. 9709 Isotope, they bump into the truss of the stage. They do a little spin to make sure everything is okay. 2199 chasing down a note into their opponent's territory. They pick that up and race right on by to their speaker. 1895 Lambda Core, they're trying to pick up a note there as well. They pick it up and score. 2199, oh, almost missed, but they bounced right off the inside and it goes in. Cooperation is active in this match. 1522 delivering a note to the amp to start banking for amplification. 4505 McDonough, they're sitting in the corner with their lights flashing. Hopefully they're able to recover from that and come back and join their alliance partners. 8326 delivering that crucial second note. The Blue Alliance is amplified for a couple of more seconds. With 1 minute left, the score blue 41, red 22. The Blue Alliance has about a 20-point lead. Defenders of the Multiverse delivering yet another note to the amp as 2199 crosses over to their speaker. There's a part on the field over there. Looks like it might be a plastic piece or a roller of some kind. Not sure whose bot that's from, but that's not exactly great to see on the field either. The referees are waving a flag over by the blue source, as 1895 has got a note stuck on their wheel. They back up at high speed to dislodge it and then pick it right back up. We're in endgame now. 54-31 in favor of the Blue Alliance is the current score as those high notes come flying from the human players. The Blue Alliance throws 3 and hooks none of them. Red Alliance taking their time. They hook stage center. And 8326 is the only robot to get off the ground in this match. The GDS Mighty Hoppers climbing on a chain that did not have a high note on top of it, but they'll still get points for climbing. Preliminary score right now, 52 to blue, 43 to red. Once the referees conclude their review, we'll have final scores for you. And here's your final score for qualification match number 34. The Blue Alliance Alliance takes the victory with a final score of 52-44. Blue Alliance robots all moving up in rank. 2199 moving up 2 places from 8th to become our 6th place team currently. 1895 moving up 3 spots from 6th to 3rd. 9709 and 4505 hold on to their ranking because of that 1 ranking point they got from the climb.
All right, let's introduce you to our teams for the next match. Starting us off, it's 8592.
Newton Squared, currently ranked 7th.
Next to them, it's 339.
Kilroy Robotics.
And lastly, it's 540.
Talon.
And up next on the Blue Alliance, I believe, currently number 2, it's 422.
The MechTech Dragons, currently ranked 2nd.
Next to them is 5587.
Titan Robotics.
And finishing off the Blue Alliance and the teams for this match, it's 539.
Another Titan Robotics together on the same alliance at last.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, qualification match number 35 underway here. Red Alliance is down a bot. 8592 shoots their preload and places it. 339 moves forward. 422 moves forward, and 5587 does so as well. These robots are moving really quickly. That's a big collision near the center of the field. Referees didn't like that one. 8592 ejecting their note, picking it up. 539 placing in the amp as 8592 lines up to shoot into the speaker. 5587 and 339. That's Titan Robotics and Kilroy Robotics respectively. They're facing off near the midfield. 539, a little bit unsure of what to do. They're moving back and forth because 422, their alliance partner, is in front of the speaker, and that's where they need to be to shoot. 422 moves those notes out of the way. They line up on the right side of the subwoofer. Almost hit it in. It bounces off the top of that opening and comes back out. As 422 goes to try and pick up that note off of around the middle of the field. 339 pushing hard against them as 539 scoops up some more notes from their side, and they're cycling them in. 422 pushed up against the center again as 339 bumps them in the behind. 422 not letting it affect them though. They're just maneuvering around. 5587 and 539, both Titan Robotics. They're trying to get around 339 just like 422 is. As 8592 spins off towards their source, 5587 is taking a page out of 339's book. They're trying to push against them to prevent them from making it back. But 8592 spins past and away. 339 still out near the midfield. And 539 going for the amp. They've got one note banked. They'll be ready for amplification. Oh, they missed just slightly. Bounces out onto the ground. We're into endgame. There's a 10-point difference between these teams. 35-25 in favor of the Blue Alliance. As the high notes come flying and the robots start climbing, 539 is up on stage left. 339 looking to also climb on their stage left. 8592 on their stage center. 422 grabs onto the same chain. That's a harmony. They'll get some extra points for that climb. And 5587 parks two. Two robots climbed on both alliances during that match, but 422 and 539 on the same chain. And here's your final score for qualification 35. The Blue Alliance wins. Final score 48-33. Two of those robots did not change rank. 422, the MechTech Dragon, stays as our second seeded team right now. 539 stays as the 12th seed. 5587 Titan Robotics, though, they move up to 23rd. No ranking points earned by the Red Alliance, so they will all move down in rank as a result.
And let's go ahead and meet our teams for our next match, qualification match number 36. First off here on the Red Alliance, it's Team 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs.
And in the middle here, we have Team 3136.
Orca, currently ranked 5th.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's those busy bees. It's Team 836.
The Robo Bees.
And across from them, over on our Blue Alliance. First up here, it's Team 1599.
Circuitry, currently ranked 8th.
And in the middle here on our Blue Alliance, it is team number 2998.
Viking Bots.
And last but not least here on our Blue Alliance, it's team 4286.
Imperial Robotics.
All right, Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Qualification number 36 underway here. We have some notes clashing in midair on the Red Alliance. As 2998 and 1599 both are executing complicated autonomous programs, 1599 was going for a note that wasn't there anymore. As we come out of teleop, the Red Alliance has a lead, 14-9. 836 executing that shooting maneuver. 3136 has a note they want to score as well. 836 picks up another one. 1599 is placing one into the amp. As 2998 shakes the robot wall over near the source. They got one, but it got bumped out of them by 2106, the Junkyard Dogs. 1599 going for a speaker shot. They get it. 2106 spinning around looking for that speaker as well. They do so as well. 3136 placing quickly into the amp. We have cooperation amongst this game. Both alliances push their button. So the Red Alliance is currently only 4 notes away from that bonus ranking point. 836 placing one in the amp as their alliance partner 3136 Orca places one in the speaker. Now there's only 2 notes left for the Red Alliance until they get that bonus ranking point. 4286 Imperial Robotics, they do not want that to happen, but 2106 sneaks by them. They've got a shot into the speaker. 836 has a note. They're looking at what to do with it. They're going to go for the amp. 3136 Orca, they're looking to get that last note, and they have it. That's 15 out of 15 notes needed for the bonus ranking point for the Red Alliance. We have 40 seconds left. Red Alliance has opened up a lead, 49-22. Despite the defense being played by 4286, they just can't cover enough ground as the Red Alliance amplifies. 2106 misses their shot, but with 1 second left, 3136 was hoping to hit it. That was a big collision over near the blue stage. 1599 grabbing that chain as the end game sounds. They've got a note in their grasp. The Red Alliance human player has hooked one of the microphones. 4286, they're looking to just park. We've got 2 seconds left. And as time expires, all the red robots appear to be either parked or on stage. 2 robots parked or on stage for the Blue Alliance. There's a rather big point difference preliminarily here, 65-22 for the Red Alliance. But this match is under review. Here's your final score for that match. The Red Alliance takes the victory. Final score, 67-26. All 4 ranking points, Scott, for the Red Alliance. That's going to mean a big jump. Orca, our host team, jumps from rank 5 to rank 2. 836 jumps from rank 14 to rank 8. 2106, the Junkyard Dogs, jumps from 17 to 15.
Okie dokie. Let's get started introducing our teams for this next match. Qualification match number 37. In our first spot here on the Red Alliance, it's Team 1731.
Cresta Valley Robotics Club, currently ranked number 1.
And in our middle spot here, it's Team 2421.
RTR Team Robotics.
And in our last spot here on the Red Alliance, it's those birds in pink, Team 3373.
Team RoboHawk.
And coming over to our Blue Alliance in the first driver station here, it's those boys from Latin, Team 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics, currently ranked 10th.
And in the middle here, we have Team 620.
Warbots, currently ranked 7th.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's a rookie team from this year, Team 9709.
Isotope.
Thumbs are up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1. Crescendo.
Here we are, qualification match 37 of 58. 1731 and 3373, both shooting in close proximity to one another. They both go in. 1731 trying their multi-note autonomous. 620 and 2534 both moved forward. The Red Alliance taking a lead out of autonomous, 32 to 14. 1731 placing for the amp. They go for cooperation. 2534 and 9709 both sitting. I believe they're both still enabled, so 9709 grabs a note that's in front of their alliance partner and they shoot it in the speaker. 9709 deciding whether they want to try and face 1731, but they just want to go get another note. The Blue Alliance still has a chance to reciprocate that cooperation, but they're going to run out of time shortly. 620, the Warbots, they're standing in line waiting for a note. 9709 also waiting for a note to become available. That time for cooperation expired, so that threshold remains at 18 notes. The Red Alliance just came off of an amplification where they got some extra points. They've got slightly over a minute left. The Red Alliance opening up more of a lead, 47-24. Flags are waving because 620 was dragging a couple of notes with them. That's not allowed. They shoot one, they pick up the second, and they shoot a second one. It bounces out. 24-21 RTR Team Robotics. They're clashing with 9709, whose light just turned solid. That bump might have done something to him. 620 shoots high and wide, way out of play. 24-21 still spinning around with their note. They're going to try to make their way over. 9709 is back. Now 25-34 has the east stopped. Their light is on solid orange in their driver station. Something happened to their robot. They decided to play it safe. As we headed to endgame, Red Alliance has 56 points. The Blue Alliance has 28. 24-21 trying to get a last second note scored. They missed slightly, but no time to fret. They need to climb. 33-73 and 24-21 both grabbing a chain to grab. As time expires, though, 9709 appears to be off the ground. But 33-73 and 17-31 might still be on the ground. The referees will have to rule. Preliminary scores indicate the Red Alliance has 58 points and the Blue Alliance has 28. Here's your score for that match. The Red Alliance taking the victory there with a final score of 63-34. Fresno Valley maintains their position at first place. Their alliance partners 24-21 RTR Team Robotics and 33-73 move up in the rankings to 17th and 24th.
Alrighty, let's get started introducing our teams for our next match. Starting out on your Red Alliance, it's Team 1522.
Defenders of the Multiverse.
And beside them, we have Team 4099.
The Falcons, currently ranked 9th.
And not to be forgotten, we have Team 6863.
Squirrels from Woodbine, Maryland.
Making our way over to the Blue Alliance. First off, we have Team 5954.
Portable Chargers.
And beside them, they're the pride of their county. It's Team 2199.
The Robo Lions.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, it's Team 4505.
McDonough Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Qualification match 38 underway here. 59-54 moving forward out of the way of their partners. 21-99 trying to grab a couple of pieces. 45-05 staying right where they are while 68-63 moves out. 40-99 has a note preloaded. They picked it up and they shoot it right as teleop starts. Their alliance partners, 15-22, Defenders of the Multiverse. They're going over, where are they going? To the amp. Oh, that amp is that note is very precariously balanced. It hasn't fallen inside the amp yet. 59-54 Portable Chargers had the same problem, but they knocked it in to get that note that they put up for cooperation. 1522 trying to pick up another note. 4099 going underneath their stage before they turn around and grab a note from around midfield, very quickly cycling that into the speaker. They pick up another note close to them with 4099 and in for another couple of points. 2199 under their stage. They're trying to chase down that note that's near one of the truss legs. They're fighting with 1522 for the possession of that note that's near the midfield. They decide to go for the safer option, the one underneath their stage. They're having a little trouble picking it up. They've got the edge of it. 4099, meanwhile, making the full cycle over to their source. 5954, Portable Chargers, they've decided to place some defense near the red speaker. That note is still sitting diagonally in the opening of the amp for the Red Alliance. It hasn't counted because it didn't go down and through. 4505 and 1522 pushing each other in the middle of the field. 6863, the Squirrels are looking for that note, but 4099 decides they want to get it instead. With 30 seconds left, Red Alliance has a lead, 32-26, 6863, the Squirrels, and 1522, the Defenders of the Multiverse, getting ready to climb. There's the sound cue. 2199 and 4505 looking to climb as well. The high notes coming via the human player. They almost hooked it on the Red Alliance, just barely short. No high notes for either alliance have gone around the microphones here. 5954 safely parking, so does 1522. Your score for qualification match 38. The Red Alliance takes the victory. Final score 40-33.
Alrighty, introducing our teams for qualification match number 39. First off, here for our Red Alliance, we have Team 617. Woo!
That's the Engineers.
And next to them on the Red Alliance, it's Team 8590.
Cavbotics.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, it's Team 422.
The Mech Tech Dragons.
Now crossing over, let me see if I can read this team's number. It's Team 61 who? That's Team 612.
That's Chantilly Robotics.
And next to them on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8326.
GDS Mighty Hoppers.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, it's Team 2421.
RTR Team Robotics. Oh, so that's
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
I'm going to go ahead and get us started here over on the Blue Alliance. We see 8326, the Mighty Hoppers, launching a note into autonomous. 2421 launched but missed, and looks like they might have been trying to go for a second one. 612, looks like they have their autonomous pause. They aren't doing anything, but now we enter into Teleop. Moving on over to the Red Alliance, see what they've been up to. It looks like 8590 might be having some battery issues. Their movement's really jerky. 422, on the other hand, is grabbing and launching notes like crazy. They missed their last one, but that is, I believe, their third or fourth one already. That's the third one this match. 422 is currently the only Red Alliance team member to score. 8590 has a note in their robot, but they're not really moving. 617 is trying to make their way over with a note stuck underneath their robot, just not going into their intake. 422 doing their best with their incredible mechanisms. They flow so cleanly and well together. Red is currently in the lead, 21-10. 8326 spinning like crazy. Oh, they're back. They're back in it. They've been fixed. 2421 spinning up that shooter right there, getting a note launched in. The Red Alliance has gotten 8 notes in this match. 25 total points. 612 is just stopped over on the Red Alliance side. 617 is stuck on a no. Looks like they just got disabled. 422 is doing their best, getting those cycles done, going back and forth between the speaker and their human player station as we come up on 35 seconds left in the match. 612 is back moving again, but it doesn't look like they're fully functional. 422 looks like they've lost all power. This is certainly a match to watch as we enter into end game. Red is still in the lead by 10 points, but 2 of their robots are currently stopped. On the Blue Alliance, we have 8326, the Mighty Hoppers there, climbing, and looks like we had RTR trying. And to me, it looks like they made it, but that's up to the refs' decisions. Still a 10-point gap, but this will all be decided by endgame. A mighty effort by all teams on both alliances. And now here is your score. It is a Red Alliance victory, even with losing power at the end of the match. 30-24, the Red Alliance takes it. 4-2-2, the Mech Tech Dragons keep their undefeated record. The Mighty Hoppers stay in 5th, and 8590 moves on up. Sorry, 8590's Mighty Hoppers, they move up to 18th. Up next is qualification match number 40.
Okie dokie. Time to introduce the teams on your Red Alliance for qualification match number 40. First off, it's a host team here. It is Team 3136.
The official robotics constructors of Ashland.
And backing them up on the Red Alliance, it's Team 540.
That's Talon 540.
And the last team on our Red Alliance, it's the pride of their county. It's Team 2199.
The Robo Lions.
Crossing the field over to the blue side, the first team that will be representing this alliance is Team 9709.
That's Isotope.
And following that, it's Team 1895.
Lambda Core.
And rounding out this blue alliance, we have Team 5587.
Titan Robotics.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Qualification match number 40 underway here in Ashland. Red Alliance is down a bot, 3136 and 2199, trying to make up the difference with their autonomous programs. As we enter into teleop, though, the Blue Alliance currently has the lead 14-12. Very close at this moment. 2199 picks up a note and they shoot it in. 3136 places their note into the amp. Human player chooses to use it for cooperation. 5587 is lining up to the amp. They can't quite make it. They put their arm back down. They bring it back up. Lining up, it bounces off the front. Meanwhile, 3136 Orca, they spin around 1895 Lambda Core, who is trying to defend them. 2199 coming back over to the source. They pick up that note. Rumbling across the floor. Red Alliance is amplified. There's 5 seconds left. Robo Lions rushing over to get there in time. They shoot it in. Didn't quite count for amplification though. Still only a couple of points separating these two alliances with 1 minute left. The Blue Alliance has the lead at 30-27, only 3 points difference right now. 9709 Isotope, they've got a note in for the Blue Alliance. Crossing over almost in an X pattern with Lambda Core, like they coordinated those pathings. 9709 pushing that note out of the way. 2199 decides to pick it up. We're nearing 30 seconds. Then the Red Alliance just amplified. 2199 picks up that note. They're going to try to get it actually in amplification this time. They come up a little short. So does 1895. They pick that note back up and they try again though. It bounces off the crossbar again. 20 seconds left. The Blue Alliance has opened up a little more of a lead. 36-29. 20. We got robots climbing on the Red Alliance. That's 2199 up for the Red Alliance. 9709 gripping that chain, but they didn't quite get it correctly. They tried to grab a second time, but there just wasn't enough time left in the match. One robot parked for the Blue Alliance and one for the Red Alliance, and quite possibly one on stage as well. Referees will make the final determinations and we'll have your final score in just a moment. And here's your final score. It's the Blue Alliance. A final score of 39-33. Those two ranking points brought by the victory bring 9709 Isotope from 23 up to 17. 1895 Lambda Core from 4th to 3rd. And 5587 Titan Robotics from 24 to 19. All three red robots, meanwhile, dropping down a few spots.
Let's go ahead and get you introduced to your teams for this upcoming match. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 8590.
Cavbotics.
Up next is 4099.
The Falcons, currently ranked number 6.
And finishing us off, it's 83-26.
GDS Mighty Hoppers, currently ranked number 5.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we see 68-63.
The Squirrels, currently ranked number 10.
Moving on over to the middle station, it's 21-06.
The Junkyard Dogs, currently ranked number 14.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, it's 15-99.
Circuitry, currently ranked number 13.
drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Welcome to qualification match number 41 here at Ashland. We've got movement all across the red side of the field. 4099 trying to do some advanced dual game piece. 8326 and 8590 just moving out of the way there so they can get a few points for going past that auto line. As the drivers step forward to take the controls, 6863 the Squirrels and 2106 the Junkyard Dogs are both trying to find some notes to bring back to their other side. 6863 is kind of just moving them with their robot body there. 8326 was looking for that note on the center line. Now they have to go to their source. They were waiting. 4099 jumped the line in front of them. And 6863, the Squirrels, they engage 4099, the Falcons. Again, trying to disrupt those cycle times. This kind of defense has proven to be pretty impactful in the previous matches. 2106, the Junkyard Dogs. They go up and in the amp. Now the Blue Alliance has 2 notes. They're ready to amplify. 2106 picks it up and they engage it. 10 seconds remain to get those increased points, and there's lots of notes sitting right next to the speaker. 2106 gets 2 notes in that amplification period with additional point scores. 8590 is sitting inside their park zone. They're not moving right now, but their light's blinking, so they're able to. That might be a strategy decision on their part to prevent one of their opposing alliance robots from moving into that area. 4099 and 6863 clashing. A bumper corner looks like it might have been dislodged on 6863's robot there. 4099 and 2106 clashing over that remaining note as there's 20 seconds left. The Red Alliance has the lead, 32-25. There are 10 seconds left. 6863 climbing on stage left. All those high notes come flying. Neither of the Red Alliance robots that are near the stage climbed up onto those chains there. 2106 also just parked. Your final score for qualification match number 41. It goes to the Red Alliance. A final score of 34-27. Those 2 ranking points are the only ranking points handed out in this match. As a result, 8326 GDS Mighty Hoppers and 4099 the Falcons staying where they are in the rankings. All 3 robots on the Blue Alliance going down a few places.
All right, let's get you introduced to your teams for this match. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's none other than 836.
The Robo Bees, currently ranked 7th.
Next to them, it's 1731.
The Fresta Valley Robotics Club, currently ranked number 1.
And finishing us off with a sleeve of buttons, it's 4286.
Imperial Robotics from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we see 539.
Titan Robotics, currently ranked number 9.
Moving on down from them, it's 5954.
The Portable Chargers from Victoria, Virginia.
And last but not least, it's 620.
The Warbots from Madison High School in Vienna, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Here we go, qualification match number 42 underway here at Ashland. 539, 620, and 59.54 all moving around. 836 staying stationary for the time being. 1731 is doing their multi-game piece. They shoot 2, but they both bounce off the crossbar. As those human drivers step forward, the Red Alliance still has the lead, 22-9. 59.54, they've got a note in their possession. They're moving over towards that amp. 539, a little bit of premature activation of their wheels there. It just bopped up out of the robot onto the ground. 836 lining up for a shot, and they make it. Blue Alliance has a note banked. Red Alliance has 2 notes banked in the amp. 1731 scores, and the Red Alliance activates their amplification right after that note goes in. 836 has a note jammed in their mechanism. They were probably hoping to try and get a second note in, but they didn't quite have enough time to get it lined up in there. 1731, though, they come back and score another note. Not amplified, though. We have just over a minute left. 34-20 in favor of the Red Alliance. 42-86 Imperial Robotics. They're playing defense in that lane right by the blue source. They want to prevent 620, the Warbots, and Team 539 Titan Robotics from getting their notes back. Red Alliance is once again amplified. 1731 shooting in. They're trying to get around 539, but the lights turn off just as they get there. They go ahead and pick up that note right next to them, though. It bounces out, unfortunately. The blue side of the field is pretty empty right now. 620 coming back with their note. We have less than 30 seconds remaining here. Red Alliance currently 49 points, blue to 37. Red Alliance gained 1 more point from an amp score. There's 2 notes baked in the amp, but it looks like the Red Alliance is going to go for a climb instead. Those high notes are coming flying from the human players with 3 seconds left. 620 appears to be off the ground. So does 539, but it's a little bit dicey because there's a robot underneath them. Referees will have to make the final call on whether that counts as on stage. And your final scores are in. The Red Alliance wins. A final score 57-44. Two robots in that match staying the same on the Red Alliance. Those three ranking points keep 1731 at first place. 4286 stays at 29th. 836 moves up to 5th place.
All right, let's get you introduced to these teams. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 617.
Engineers from Highland Springs, Virginia.
Next to them, it's the people in pink. It's 3373.
Team RoboHawk from Warrenton, Virginia.
And rounding us off is 8592.
Currently ranked 8th, it's Newton Squared from Fairfax, Virginia.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we're met with the orange of 339.
Kilroy Robotics from Stafford, Virginia.
Next to them, it's 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics from Baltimore, Maryland.
And finishing us off, it's 1522.
Defenders of the Multiverse from Ashland, Virginia.
Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Welcome to qualification match 43, 25-34, starting off with a rapid shot into the speaker. They pick up that second note. They're going to try for maybe a third one. 3373 press their autonomous stop. That'll stop their autonomous program, but they're able to come back during teleop. That's a new feature this year. 8592 Newton Squared. They place a note into the amp. Blue Alliance has pressed their co-op button. We'll see if Red Alliance does the same. 25-34 hanging out near the midfield, interfering with 85-92 as they try to pick up the note near the scoring table. Red Alliance chose to amplify there. They got a few notes in. And as that expires, we'll give you a check on the scores. It's 24 to red, 17 to blue. 33-73 Team RoboHawk is trying to pick up a note from right near their driver's station. I got a great view to pick that up as the Blue Alliance amplifies. 25-34 places a note in there. Those chains are bouncing all around. Robot must have run into those. 6-17 shoots a little bit short. That's Engine Nerds. 85-92 places a shot into the speaker. 25-34 does the same. Their alliance partner, 15-22, Defenders of the Multiverse, loading up that amp. One note in the blue amp, none in the red amp at this moment. 85-92 grabbing a note from their source. 25-34 doing the same on the other side of the field. 15-22 is going to try to get that second note. 339 looks like they're waiting for that amplification to be ready. We have 40 seconds left. The score is tied, 31-31. But just as I say that, the Blue Alliance amplifies and shoots a couple of notes in. That opens it up 37-33 in favor of the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance is responding. We're nearing endgame, and these scores are very close. 37-35, only a 2-point difference right now. As 25-34 goes to climb, 15-22 is looking to climb on a different set of chains. 6-17 and 33-73 both climbing. 85-92 bumps their alliance partner. 339 was attempting a harmony there, but they fell off right at the last minute. That said, they'll still get park points. But this is a very close match, folks. We'll have final scores for you in a moment. And here's your final score for qualification 43. The Blue Alliance takes the victory. A final score of 42-40. Still only 2 points separating those two alliances. That's one game piece's worth of points for reference.
We only have a few matches left today, and then we're going to pick back up tomorrow. But let's go ahead and get you introduced to our teams for match 44. Starting us off, it's 45:05.
McDonough Robotics from Owings Mills, Maryland.
Next to them, it's 6. What?
Chantilly Robotics from Chantilly, Virginia.
And finishing us off, it's 17:31.
Fresta Valley Robotics Club, currently ranked number 1.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we find 2998.
Viking Bots from Richmond, Virginia.
Next to them, it's none other than 836.
The Robo Bees from Hollywood, Maryland.
And finishing us off, it's 539.
Titan Robotics from Richmond, Virginia.
Attention teams. We have found an Xbox controller left. We have found an Xbox controller left on one of the Blue Alliance driver stations. If you lost your Xbox controller, please come to this side of the field. We'll have it on this table. So again, if you were on the Blue Alliance last match and you lost an Xbox controller, we have it. Six twelve. Drivers behind. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Here we go, qualification match number 44 is starting off with lots of game pieces from 1731 and one from 4505 for the Red Alliance. 2998 moves forward, 836 seeking those notes. They couldn't quite get that extra note they picked up in Autonomous, but they'll be able to score that real quick in Teleop. Unfortunately, they hit the plastic right below the opening, but that'll be a quick turnaround for them. 4505 shooting a little bit short, not enough power on those flywheels. The notes are already gone from the field. We've been playing this match for about 30 to 40 seconds. That's how quickly these robots are scoring in this match. 836 makes a trip from their source across the field, but is running into some traffic, so they decide to engage 1731 while they wait for their alliance partners, 539 Titan Robotics and 2998 Viking Bots. 612 is hanging out around the blue source, doing the same thing. 1731 broke free. They placed that note in, and the human player hit amplification right as that note went in. They're trying to maximize the amount of time they have available to score more notes. 612 is getting pushed around by two Blue Alliance bots. 836 and 539 both have notes. 4505 is caught up on some chains on the blue stage. If they can't get themselves unstuck, that might be some bad news for them. Blue Alliance is amplified. A couple of notes went in there. And Blue Alliance takes the lead at the moment. There's 45 seconds left, and they have 52 points to Red Alliance's 43. They're giving 1731 a run for their money. 1731 places another note in the amp. Now they're ready to amplify once again. 29.98 and 539 trying to box out 1731 again, but they break free. 1731 placing another note into the amp. As we enter into endgame, the Blue Alliance still has the lead, 54 to 45. Neither alliance has scored enough notes to score that extra ranking point yet. 539 is up and climbed. No stage center has a high note on it for the Red Alliance. Stage right for Blue. That means Team 539, Titan Robotics, is spotlit. Robots were trying to climb on the Red Alliance, but it doesn't seem they made it up off the ground. They'll still get some park points, though. The Blue Alliance had the advantage. Will they carry that through into the final score? They do. Blue Alliance is the winner. A final score of 59 to 49. It is not enough to unseat 1731 from their first place position. But 29.98 and 539 both come up in the rankings. 836 stays where they are as a solid 5th place.
Let's get you introduced to our teams for this next match. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 21.99.
Robo Lions from Sykesville, Maryland.
Next to them, it's none other than 617.
Engine Nerds from Highland Springs, Virginia.
And finishing us off, it's 3373.
Team RoboHawk from Warrenton, Virginia.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we find a blue team. It's 8592.
Newton Squared, currently ranked number 10 from Fairfax, Virginia.
Right next to them, both on the field and in the driver's station, it's 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics, currently ranked number 9.
And finishing us off, you should all know their name, it's 3136.
Orca, currently ranked number 4.
so far, my hot mics haven't been the worst. Maybe you guys need to stop saying such funny things. It's clearly not my fault. You did not say that with the most confidence.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't say no. Say no. Drivers behind the line.
A little bit of a premature start here, but we're off. 33-73 and 21-99 scoring their notes. (31-36). They had their arm up by the amp. Doesn't seem like they actually made it. 85-92 shooting into the speaker. 21-99 doing another shot into the speaker. 25-34 Lumberjack Robotics. They've got their arms up like they're about to pull down on the chain. It is a little bit early in the match for that, but there's a possibility they might have a problem with something else on their robot. Those arms retract and they come back out again. Team 617, the Engine Nerds. There's a note out by the center that they want. 21-99 racing across the field, across that clear lane near the scoring table. 31-36 and 21-99 following one another back across the other way on the field. These cycles almost seem synced up, even though there's probably little chance that that's true. 617 is not moving right now. Their robot signal light is solid. They may have lost connection there. We'll see if they can reconnect here in a few seconds. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, 2199 and 3373, doing their best to make up the difference. The Red Alliance just amplified. We got a game piece in there for some extra points. And with slightly under a minute to go, the Red Alliance has the lead, 32-24. 3373 spinning away from their alliance partner as 8592 makes a beeline for their source through the red stage. 617, they're flashing on their robot signal light again, but their driver station lights are still flashing. 3136 lines up and shoots. Takes only a few seconds to do. We're coming up to the end game, and the score is tied right now. It's 34-34. It's all going to come down to these end game points. The Blue Alliance scoring a couple of last-minute game pieces. 25-34 says, this is my moment to climb. They're going to try to harmonize with 31-36 with 1 second left. 85-92 launching themselves onto the chain literally as the buzzer sounded. That's very close. I'm not sure if they're up off the ground. That'll be up to the refs to determine. On the Red Alliance, though, a very crowded stage. And another close call as to whether something is a climb or not. So we'll wait official word on that. Currently, though, there's a 2-point difference between these alliances. The Blue Alliance has 36 and the Red 34. It all came down to endgame. Who's going to take the victory? The Blue Alliance. The final score, 43-37. All three Alliance robots moving up in the rankings. We have one potential Alliance captain right now, and two definite Alliance captains if they hold those positions through the end of qualification. Robo Alliance, they were ranked 8th. They got knocked out of that top 8 by that match. 6-17, also going down in the ranks, but 33-73 held their rank.
All right, Ashland. We're going to go ahead and introduce you to our teams for our third to final match of today. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's none other than 1522.
Defenders of the Multiverse with their robot, Mr. Brightside.
Next up on our Red Alliance, it's Team 540.
Talon with their robot Apollo.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, these Vikings charge, it's Team 2998.
Viking bots from Richmond, Virginia.
And coming over to our Blue Alliance, this team thinks duct tape fixes everything. It's Team 8326.
Currently ranked 6th, it's GDS Mighty Hoppers and their robot Ada Cornelius.
And in the middle of our Blue Alliance, it's Team 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs with their robot Maestro.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, it's Team 4099.
Currently ranked 7th, it's the Falcons from Poolsville, Maryland.
Right. Oh. All right. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Starting off on the Blue Alliance, 4099 scores their preload. They pick up a second. It goes up and in. They push their alliance partner, 8326, to grab a third note. They look like they might be misaligned a little bit on that speaker, but their robot does not shoot that note that they're holding right now. Wisely so, because it might have gone out. As Teleop starts, they square up with the base of the subwoofer and assure that that note goes in. As a result, we're coming out of autonomous 17-10 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Both alliances very quickly pressing their co-op buttons. That threshold for the bonus ranking point is reduced. 2106 trying to get free of a note. As 4099 scores again. 8326 GDS Mighty Hoppers. They're sitting still for a minute and then their LED went solid. They might have had a disconnection there. 2106 continuing those cycles as the Red Alliance just amplifies. 2998, the Viking bots, scores during that period to get some extra points. Team 540 is not moving right now. Their driver station lights are also flashing. That we may have a 2v2, at least temporarily here. With slightly over 1 minute to go, the Blue Alliance has a slight lead, 23-18. There's a 4-robot pileup in the middle of the field. All 4 robots pushing each other. And 2998 just jumped up on their alliance partner's frame, 1522. They disengaged quickly, thankfully. Hopefully no damage done to either of those robots there. Team 540 and Team 8326 still stationary. 8326 now has their emergency stoplight on. 2998 jumping up again with their bumper. This time it was on top of 2106. They're making some clicking sounds as they go over to their source to pick up a note. 4099 meanwhile has kept on trucking as we enter the final 20 seconds of the match. 1522 Defenders of the Multiverse. They've got their arms up. They're looking to climb onto that center stage chain rather. The Blue Alliance almost just hooked that microphone. It was just barely missed. And 4099 with a buzzer beater shot. No robots climbed in that match, but 2106 is parked. Here's your final score from that match. The Blue Alliance takes the victory. A final score of 34-19. 2 ranking points from victory brings 2106, the Junkyard Dogs, up to 13th place. 8326, the Mighty Hoppers, and 4099, the Falcons, staying where they are at 6th and 7th.
All right, Ashland, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 47. This is the second to last match of the day. First off, on our Red Alliance, we have Team 4286. Yeah!
Imperial Robotics from Mechanicsville, Virginia.
And in the middle of our Red Alliance, it's Team 8590.
Cavbotics from Fairfax, Virginia.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, it's Team 1895.
Currently ranked 4th, it's Lambda Corps from Manassas, Virginia.
And over on our Blue Alliance, first off, we have Team 6863.
The Squirrels from Woodbine, Maryland.
And right next to them, it's Team 339.
Gilroy Robotics from Stafford, Virginia.
Kilroy is here. And rounding out our Blue Alliance, It's Team 2421.
RTR Team Robotics from Burke, Virginia.
Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
We start this match, the penultimate match of the day, with 24-21 and 68-63, both attempting to score and moving out. 339 holding on to their game piece as they go past the line. Meanwhile, 42-86 and 1895 both move past the line. 85-90 stays where they are. As we come into teleoperated, 68-63, the Squirrels is moving some of those game pieces out of their way into a more advantageous position for their alliance before they go to, it looks like, play some defense on the Red Alliance. They come back, and 1895 clips the bottom of the stage. They're up off of their wheels right now. Will they be able to retract their arms and get back? Or will they require assistance from their alliance partners? They're almost there. They got it. 1895 back in action. Much to the relief of their other alliance partners, I'm sure. 68-63 still playing tough defense on them as they try to line up with the side of the subwoofer. 339, Kilroy Robotics. They just grabbed a note from their source and they're coming across the center line of the field. 42-86 decided they'd rather play defense on 24-21, but 339 and 24-21 both running into 42-86. The Red Alliance just amplified. 68-63 getting in their way. They might not be able to score before the time runs out, and that looks like that's what they've been able to do. They can still score, but they won't have that increased number of points. 1895 tries to shoot over 68-63, but it goes out of play over top of the speaker. 24-21, they just amplified for the Blue Alliance, but their shot was a little bit short. 339 coming with a note. It may not be enough time before time runs out for the amplification, though. Red Alliance side of the field is cleared. 1895 trying to make up some time. We have less than 30 seconds right now. There's 29 points for red and 8 for blue. It's climb time. 68-63 and 24-21 look like they might be trying to climb on the same chain there. Referees waving a flag at 1895. It's a crowded stage on the Blue Alliance. 24-21 ran into 339. They're on one set of wheels there as time runs out. No robots got up off the ground that match, but it looks like 2 climbed for each alliance. Preliminary scores right now show red with 29 points and blue with 13. And your final scores for qualification 47. The Red Alliance takes the victory with a final score of 31-16. 1895 staying where they are. So is 8590, but 4286 moves up.
All right, Ashland. Are you ready for the last qualification match of the day? You sound pretty ready. So then, how do I go ahead and get started introducing these wonderful teams for our qualification match 48? First off, here on the Red Alliance, it's these birds of prey. It's Team 4505.
McDonough Robotics from Owings Mills, Maryland.
And joining them on this alliance, here they are in their tutus. It is Team 5587.
Titan Robotics from Alexandria, Virginia.
And last but not least on our Red Alliance with their robot cult, it's Team 5954.
The Portable Chargers from Victoria, Virginia.
And on over to the Blue Alliance. Let's see about this first team, if maybe I can get their number right. It's Team 6 what? That's right, Team 612.
Chantilly Robotics from Chantilly, Virginia.
And joining them on their Blue Alliance, it's Team 9709.
Isotope with their robot Tritium.
And finally, these green dragons are here to play. It is Team 422.
The Mech Tech Dragons, currently ranked second.
All right. Thumbs are up. The field is green. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
Our last match of the day, qualification 48. Starts with 55.87, missing short on their preload. They picked up a second game piece. 97.09 does the same. They got a few game pieces. They tried to shoot a third, but it didn't quite get to their shooter mechanism. We come into Teliop with a 15-point lead over on the Blue Alliance, 17-2. 55.87 still parked up against the front of the subwoofer. Their arm is moving up and down. Looks like they're trying to pick that note up. Their alliance partner, 45.05, shoots, but it misses off to the left. We have a couple of robots herding the notes around, moving them across the field. 59.54 portable chargers. They moved that note all the way back to their source area. Not quite sure if that's what they were intending, but they're going to try to pick up from the loading station. That note falls out. The second one also falls down. Team 45.05 and 55.87 have plenty of field to themselves. 422 picks up a note, but they put it back down again because they already had a note. They shoot that first note into the speaker. It's good. 97.09 does the same. 422 is going to pick up that note right near their driver station, spin right around and shoot it in. There's lots of spare notes on the floor. 45.05 is trying to resolve that issue. They miss a bit short of the speaker. The Blue Alliance currently has 12 notes scored out of 15 needed, or out of 18 rather, needed to get that extra ranking point. There's 40 seconds left. It's 37-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 422 and 612 forming an orderly line. 422 shot up and in, true. 612 was a little short. 97.09 bumps the top of the speaker, but it's in. We've got 20 seconds left. Score is now 41-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance human player hooked the high note on the stage right microphone for them, but that's the only one that's gotten hooked. 97.09 has climbed on their stage left. Human player misses there. That's very close for 97.09, but 55.87 is definitely parked. Who's ready to see the last match of the day's score? The Blue Alliance takes the victory. A final score of 52-6. 422 maintaining their place in second. 97.09 likewise keeping their 17th place position.
Before we all leave, I want to extend a big thank you to all of